You're gonna like.
Good evening. Can you give a quick knock just to make sure he's got us?
Yep.
All right. Okay. Welcome, everybody. This is the June 25th, 2024 meeting of the Nashua Zoning Board of Adjustment of the City of Nashua. My name is Rob Shaw. I'm the chair of the Zoning Board. I'm going to step through a few kind of housekeeping items and a little bit of the way we construct our meetings and hearings and explain some of our procedures. Normally, I do wait until I go through some of that and then check in officially with Mr. Falk about changes to the agenda. But one thing I want to just highlight is we do have a change in the agenda, and that is if anybody is here for case number 5, which is the 1028 and 1030 West Hollis Street. That case will not be heard tonight. We don't have a date certain yet, but it's not clear if or when that case will come back to us. So just if there is anybody here for the West Hollis Street case, yeah, so you'll have to just wait. It'll get re-advertised if something is going to happen with it. But for now, there's really no reason for you to stay tonight unless you want to hear the other cases or something else. But no action is going to proceed with that case as of now. Well, it'll be the same notifications that went out. So if you're in a butter, and there should be the sign that goes up for the property. So yeah, the same notifications will happen the way they did for the original application. Have a good night. All right. And just again, that's the only change that is on tonight's agenda per my conversation with Mr. Falk before we got started officially tonight. One thing I'll start off with right away is that the acoustics in this auditorium are actually really good, which means even a quiet conversation in the back will carry and we will hear it fairly clearly, and it can be fairly disruptive. So if you have any conversations to have during the meeting, we ask that you just step outside and have that outside of the auditorium itself. That'll help everybody out. And then, of course, the usual reminder for cell phones, if you could put your phones on silent or vibrate mode, that would be helpful as well. So the zoning board is a quasi-judicial body in that we basically look to provide judgment and potential relief for land use code requests. Those typically come to us in two major forms. One is a variance and the other is a special exception. We will hear both of those kinds of cases, and I'll talk a little bit about how they work shortly. We have, you can see we actually have 6 of us present tonight. The board is constituted of typically 5 full-time members and then some number of alternate members up to 5 additional alternate members. Tonight we have 3 of our permanent members present and 3 of our alternate members present. What I will be doing in that case, well, let me even one moment. All of us will typically participate in all the discussions, all the questions, in all aspects through the public hearing and the public meeting that we go through in each case. It's just the only thing that will not happen is that there will only be 5 of the 6 of us voting on each case. So the 3 full-time members will vote on all cases unless one of us needs to recuse for some reason. And then we will cycle through with, in this case, 2 of the alternates through each of the cases as we go through the night, or any other votes. We'll start off, and I'll just kind of cycle through where we'll have Mr. Sylvia and Ms. Boras take the first case, and then Ms. Boras and Mr. Petrie the second case, and then Mr. Petrie and Mr. Sylvia the third case, and so on. So that's the way we'll work that. Just in case anybody's wondering, that's kind of how that part of things work. So yeah, so that again, so we seek out the testimony of the applicant. The applicant will have up to 15 minutes to present their case. Then we seek out any testimony in favor of the application with up to 5 minutes of time allowed for each of those individuals. And then once we are done any testimony in favor of cases, we move to hear any testimony that is with questions, concern, or opposition to a case, with each individual having up to 5 minutes for those inquiries or statements. If we've had any of that kind of opposition or concern expressed, then the applicant has up to 5 minutes for rebuttal. And then there's a final rebuttal where one and only one of those that spoke in opposition can speak for the very final rebuttal. One thing we will be looking to do tonight, just because I know, and I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption, that the vast majority of the folks in the audience are here for case number 2, the Roby Park case. I'm going to talk about how we do that testimony a little bit differently, but I'll wait until we actually have that case going on, just so I don't confuse anybody meanwhile. So what we do is we seek, again, that testimony from the applicants regarding what they're trying to do, and with both variances and special exceptions. They have 5 criteria which need to be met, and the board looks at judging cases as to whether or not that has occurred, and then we will vote accordingly. And I kind of alluded to it, but and I didn't quite maybe spell it out. We take all that testimony, as I noted, but then that's all in the public hearing. Then we close the public hearing and we move into a public meeting where just the board discusses the merits or concerns of the case and renders some type of decision on the case. Usually an approval or denial. Sometimes we will table a case depending on the nature of if there's more information needed or something comes up in some specific regard like that. The board renders that decision. There's a 30-day window of appeal. If anybody feels that the board erred in our decision, made an illegal decision, did something procedurally wrong, etc., they can submit a rehearing request that has to go into the planning department within 30 days of the action being taken here, and then the board will have the rehearing request and decide. If that doesn't get approved by the board for a case to come back, the applicant always, or it doesn't have to be applicant, it can also be a concerned abutter or other individual who questioned that action, can take the case to Superior Court. So there is those kind of next steps to move forward with the process. As far as the cases, again, area variances, they've got 5 criteria. Normally, I said area, there's actually area and use variances. Variances normally are where somebody wants to do something that is specifically not allowed by code, the city land use code, or further governed by the state RSAs. But the idea is that there is some level of hardship some necessity to meet or act in the spirit and intent of the ordinance, that the scope of the land use code couldn't fully necessarily delineate, because every case, every piece of land, every usage is different, and it's hard to capture all that with all the specifics, even despite the lengthy nature of our land use code criteria. So the board will judge whether those criteria have been met, and again, act on that information. A special exception is actually something that is allowed by code, but there just are certain requirements that have to be met such that the interested activity or usage can move forward. So that's typically what we kind of consider a lower bar to meet, because if the criteria are met, it's pretty much incumbent upon the board to approve those cases. I think that takes care of most of that part of kind of the housekeeping, and I'll take a roll call for the board. Mr. J.B. Boucher.
Here.
And I didn't mention he is our clerk for the board. Mr. Josh Neely.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Sylvia.
Here.
Ms. Estafia Boras.
Present.
And Mr. Joe Patry.
Present.
And again, we have 6 members present, and we'll cycle through the 5 voting members as noted earlier. And then staff-wise with us, we have Mr. Carter Falk, Deputy Planning Manager with the City, and Karina Ochoa, our Planning Department Zoning Coordinator. Does anybody have any procedural questions before we start into tonight's meeting? All right. Our first case, I'll read into the record. Oh, and I want to also recognize that Mr. Patry is joining us on the board as a brand new member. This is his first meeting, so we welcome his service and appreciate you joining the zoning board.
Thank you.
All right, our first case, I'll read into the record, is case number 1. The owner is Stellos Family Investment Properties, LLC. The address is 115 Northeastern Boulevard, sheet 140, lot 52. The request is for the following 2 variances. Firstly, from Land Use Code Section 190-19, Section A, subsection 3, Item B, to allow a loading dock area to face a public street. And secondly, from Land Use Code Section 190-16, Section F, subsection 4, to allow a total of 14 parking spaces in the 30-foot required front yard setback along Congress Street after a proposed lot subdivision with a new building, associated site work, and paving. This is in the PI zone, Ward 6, and this had been postponed from the May 28th, 2024 zoning board meeting. Welcome, and please, you know the procedural, and I'll say this now, but we also do ask that everybody that comes up to the podium, first of all the testimony needs to be done from the mic because the meeting is recorded, audio, video-wise, et cetera, but we do ask that when you come to the podium and start to speak, that you give your name and address for the record as well. So take it away, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. My name is Andy Perlman, attorney with Perlman and Perlman. I'm here on behalf of the Stellos Family Investment Properties Limited Liability Company. With me tonight is project engineer Jim Petropoulos of Hayner Swanson. Mr. Chairman, I have a handout for the board, but I do want to open with a thank you. I was supposed to be here last month on this case and the disc golf case. I had a family medical emergency. I asked for a last-minute continuance, and you folks were gracious enough to grant that continuance till tonight. I appreciate it. That was entirely on me. I know it inconvenienced a lot of people with the disc golf case, so that was entirely, actually it was on my wife, so I can blame her, but if I may. Just got the bill. Thank you.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, I'll walk the board through these pictures, and there's a plan and two plans toward the back of that packet. Mr. Chairman, members, we are here tonight seeking two variances with respect to a loading dock and parking in the front yard setback. The goal of this project is to divide one lot into two. As you see up on the plan, that screen's not working. Can you guys get that one working? The screen over above Chairman Shaw?
It turned on earlier.
Didn't see that.
There's a plan in your packet. Maybe we need. Oh, okay. Well, no, that one's not. Anyway, we are seeking to subdivide 115 Northeastern Boulevard from one lot into two. There's a rear portion of 115. Oh, thank you. Northeastern Boulevard that is really underused, and it is the goal to subdivide the back portion into 8 Congress Street and build out a flex industrial space type of building, loading dock, small office space, and some warehouse storage, and that type of space is in high demand today. So it's a good use going from a really essentially not used area of this lot to something far more productive. The neighborhood, this board, I'm sure, is familiar with this portion of Nashua. This is an older park industrial area in town. It's a true mix of commercial, industrial, offices, retail spaces throughout the area in Congress, Northeastern Boulevard, Progress Ave. It's a well-developed area, and there's really not many spaces left. There's a space that we're talking about tonight. We have a healthy mix of this on this site, or in this area, or in this neighborhood, rather. The loading dock, there is a ordinance, Land Use Code 190-19A3B, that says loading docks are not to face outward toward the street, and that we're seeking relief from that particular ordinance. We're seeking relief from that particular ordinance because if we were to have the loading dock not face Congress Street and face the parking lot face westward, we would really kill the parking for 115 Northeastern Boulevard. And 115 Northeastern Boulevard is a multi-tenant space. It's currently a very recreational use. That site today has 4 tenants. It has Bam Bam Fitness Studios, Dynamic Strength and Conditioning, Natural Physique, and Chung's Taekwondo, very recreational use. And it's a heavy parking use. These folks have continuous classes, staff coming and going. They need as much parking as they can. And that's the truth for those 4 tenants, but it'd be the truth for any tenants. Future tenants will need parking. And if we were to shift the building on 8 Congress Street, the new building, such that the loading dock would be not facing Congress but facing into the parking lot, you would really kill essentially both lots, but particularly the parking on 115. So as a result, we came up with what we believe to be the best solution is to have the loading dock face Congress Street. Congress Street is not a heavily traveled street in this area. There are a handful of businesses on it, and we think this is a reasonable use. The 2 lots will have a reciprocal easement agreement allowing access, shared access and shared parking. So the 2 lots will work together with respect to their parking uses and access. And we expect the parking to time out well, meaning the 8 Congress Street building is probably going to be there more during the day, and then the users, these existing users, the fitness studios and the Taekwondo are usually later in the day into the early evening. So we think the parking will work, which is why we're making this proposal to you. You can see that the first portion of my packet that I handed out are examples in the area. A couple of weeks ago, I took a drive through and took pictures, and we have, I think I have 11 different examples of loading docks or garages facing the street. And I didn't go far. This is Progress, Main Dunstable, there's one on Northeastern Boulevard, And you can see that there is an abundance of loading docks facing the street, and some of them are very on far busier streets than what we have on Congress, especially the last picture in your packet, the showing my age, the IPBM building, all right? The Lansing Building Supply, a very busy street, having loading docks right on onto the front of it. So we don't think that we're suggesting anything unusual or out of the ordinary for this neighborhood. So as to the parking, and I'll run through the variance criteria for each of these, but as to the parking, we have two pieces of the parking puzzle. In the back of the packet that I handed out, and we're vastly improving the parking that we have today. So I provided a plan from Hayner Swanson, and it's called a topographical subdivision plan. And I provided that so you can see what the parking is there today. And then the picture following that, it gives you a better sense, just an aerial photo that I took off the city's GIS website. And you can see we have two parking issues that come into play tonight. One is we have 10 spots, 10 parking spaces that along Congress Street that straddle the Congress Street 115 property line. I can't explain why that happened. I'm sure someone way back when thought it'd be a good idea to have more asphalt in this part of Nashua, but what we are proposing, you can see in our application, we're pulling those spaces back. We're going to create an island along Congress Street, and we're going to have parallel parking on our property along that drive aisle, but that parallel parking will still be in the 30-foot setback. But we're improving, we're taking the parking spaces off of Congress Street and putting them onto our lot. And secondly, if we move further down Congress Street toward the east, you can see a number of angled spaces that are currently 2 feet from the property line. And our plan is to reduce those 9 spaces to 8 and pull them back approximately 8 feet, so that the spaces themselves will still be in the front yard setback. But again, we're vastly improving the situation that's there today. And again, we are mindful that we are exceeding the minimum parking under the zoning regulations for parking between the minimum and maximum. We're well above the minimum, but we're trying to preserve as many parking spaces as possible for the current tenants and future tenants, because we know our tenant use today, but over time that tenant use changes, and we want to maintain that flexibility for our client and for the future tenants. So with that, Mr. Chairman, unless the board had any questions, I was going to quickly run through the variance criteria. The loading dock, 190-19A3B. We have a proposed use that's consistent with the park industrial zone. It doesn't conflict with the neighborhood, which is made up of, as mentioned, many commercial industrial companies. It's a mix of uses. We don't see any adverse harm to the public welfare or general public rights. We believe this is in the spirit of the ordinance, given the nature of the neighborhood, and that Congress Street is a lightly traveled public road. The addition of the loading dock, as shown, will not alter the character of the neighborhood or impair the public health, safety, or welfare. The benefit of the applicant with respect to the substantial justice criteria is that they will not disrupt all the parking between the two proposed lots. We see that there's no impact to the city with respect to this loading dock, and it's a great benefit to the owner and applicant. We see no loss of property value with the loading dock as it's laid out. And finally, the site is unique in that we have a corner lot on Congress and Northeastern with the two frontages on the public streets. There's no reasonable way we could really shift the building around that would not interrupt the entire use of the site. We believe we have a reasonable use being proposed with respect to the loading dock. And as for the parking, Mr. Chairman, Same concept. We are improving the parking situation at this site. The Northeastern Boulevard and Congress Street in this area is a mix of users. We're providing parking for the 2 proposed lots that will not alter the character of the neighborhood or threaten any public welfare or public rights. We believe this is meeting the spirit of the ordinance, given what's there today. We're improving the situation. Proposed parking will not impact any public rights or change the character of the neighborhood, and it doesn't overcrowd, it doesn't encroach upon any other users, which is really the point of setbacks. We believe substantial justice would be done with this application, given the high demand for industrial flex space and maintaining as much public space parking as possible. Excuse me. And we see no downside or no impact to the general public. We see no adverse impact to the neighboring property values with this improved parking. And again, we have a unique situation where we have 2 frontages, two front setbacks on the corner lot. We believe we have a reasonable use with respect to the proposed parking, and which does better than what's there today. I'm open for questions.
Does the board have any questions? Mr. Moon?
So I do think that's a good spot for another a flex facility. I do have some concerns about the parking. Did a couple of drive-bys this week. And great for the tenant. They have some very active clients in that building.
They do.
That parking lot was not only packed multiple times I drove by in the morning, there was folks parking across the street because they couldn't fit in there. There's a narrative that was in the original packet, and when I kind of worked through it, it looks to me like after this whole thing is done, the net will only be adding 3 parking spots. Is that your takeaway from that as well? You got some coming away, some adding, but
Yep.
It looked like just net positive 3.
Honestly, I didn't make that count. Our project engineer, Mr. Petropoulos, is here. He may be able to count that quickly. All right. But again, that's, if it is just 3, it's 3 more plus they're coming out of the right-of-way.
Mr. Chairman, if I can ask
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
more. Okay, so I agree with that. I do think the plan is very nice, that it's really cleaning that area up. But I am really concerned watching folks walking across Congress Street because they couldn't get any parking with as is. We're going to add another flex building in there with XYZ amount of folks to park there. I don't think you have enough parking. I think this is a great problem to have right now, to not have enough parking for a successful building. But just adding 3 spots total with what I saw on those couple drive-bys, they're going to be parking in front of Hayner Swanson's, their little driveway there, basically. Yeah, I think this is going to force folks to park along Congress Street. And so while I think the plan looks really great, this might be like law of unintended consequences, like you might be losing something here. So, yeah, if you guys could do that count, let me know. Hopefully I'm wrong, but it looks to me like it's only net 3.
Okay. We'll check.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
You want to say a little more?
We do have Mr. Petropoulos here to speak as well.
Do you want a minute, or?
No.
Okay.
I would just, with respect to that, I would just point out that we're here with respect to the parking in the front, the setback, and the loading docks. If there are parking issues, maybe we have to come back here to address that. Maybe we address that at the planning board, right? But I think the cases tonight are decent cases to present. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I just I'll have Jim talk in a second.
All right.
So thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, zoning board. So to answer your question, sir.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim Petropoulos, president of Hayner Swanson, Inc., 3 Congress Street in Nashua, New Hampshire. So I'll respond first, and then I'd like to also speak to the case. I'm having trouble reading the actual notes, sir, but you're probably correct. We know parking is out of zoning, it's into a planning code. We satisfy the criteria. Our client owns both properties and think they have enough parking, but we will double check that and make sure to present at the planning board that we feel comfortable with the parking. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go through some notes that I had made.
Sure.
Because I'm really speaking here as an abutter tonight. Our business, I co-own property directly or diagonally across the street from this, and I've worked at this location for over 40 years. So I have a pretty good sense of how this neighborhood works. I'm here to speak in favor of both variances. With regard to the single loading dock facing the street, I too, like Andy, counted about 10 to 11 current facilities just in the neighborhood that currently have docks facing the street. It's common in this particular neighborhood. There's also, I'd like to point out, ample room for that semi to get into that well and not be sticking out into Congress Street. That was something we wanted to make sure, because there's a couple in the neighborhood that do stick out, and it can be problematic. Mr. Perlman is correct. This portion of Congress Street does not see a lot of traffic since they redid the highway. There used to be an exit from Main Dunstable Road directly onto the highway. We used to see a lot more traffic than we do today. Aesthetically, the single dock, in my opinion, will not affect and impact the neighborhood or any abutting properties. With regard to the parking in the front yard setback, I offer the following. The site is almost entirely paved, and the area where we're proposing a building is currently outdoor storage, and it's really paved right up to the parking lot. As Mr. Perlman mentioned, this plan not only cleans up and pulls parking further away from the front yard setback, so we're making a legal, non-conforming lot more conforming. You bring up a good question on the parking. Do we have enough? Our client believes we do, and we'll address that with the planning board. The dynamic of the parking in the front yard setback is very common in a number of those buildings also in the neighborhood. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, the Stellis family have been owners of multiple buildings in this part of Nashua for many years. They are good stewards of their properties, and they take good care of their properties. This project will provide a small flex building, which is much needed here in Nashua, and transform an outdoor storage area into a useful site. In my opinion, granting these variances will not affect the value of at least my property diagonally across the street. I feel confident in that. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Looks like we're good. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Is there anybody else present who would like to speak in favor of the 115 Northeastern Boulevard case? All right, seeing none, is there anybody in the audience that would like to ask any questions, has any concerns or opposition to the 115 Northeastern Boulevard case? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and open the public meeting. Any first thoughts from any of the board members? Go ahead.
So, so when it comes to the two variances, I am in favor of the loading dock. It is a good plan. It's a good spot for a building. Honestly, it's cleaning up that area there. So I think the loading dock is going to go by without a problem with the board. I am still concerned about the parking. I do think there's a law of unintended consequences here. I think if we grant this variance application, and while it is cleaning up the area, it is going to push more cars onto the street. I do think they need to come up with a better plan to figure out where to have parking for this new flex building, because it is, that building is going to get rented pretty quickly. So I'm not in favor of the variance for the parking. For safety issues, I do see people crossing the street because that lot is full. So I do think a little bit tweak to the plan would be better. So I am against that variance for parking as it is now.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher, your thoughts?
Yes, the request for the loading dock facing the street, again, I think this is character of the neighborhood. Existed for a long time. And again, the applicant has taken care to create that well situation so that if a large tractor trailer comes in, it's not blocking the whole street, causing issues. So I have no problem with that. The issue with the parking, I guess I have a little different take on that. I do appreciate the fact that the parking situation is going to be less of an incursion than it is now. You know, again, when I look at the situation there, and I observed the same thing that Mr. Neely observed, but you know, the tenant situation is what it is today. If this applicant had come in front of us and only half the parking lot was full, I don't know if the concerns would be the same or what it would be for myself. So I'm looking at this more of there's not a net negative effect to it, so maybe it's just +3, as long as it stays the same. And again, we never know what's going to happen with the business, and I think that if a business grows that much, there's a point when maybe, you know, they have to look at a different location. Right? It doesn't work for them anymore. And again, I do believe what was spoken to, that the Stells family takes very good care of their property and what goes on. So I think that if a problem were to arise to the point where it's really causing issues, I think that they would address that also. So I guess what I'm saying is it may not be ideal, but I think it's what's been existing for a long time. So I look at it as just a situation where we're just going to pull parking away a little bit more from the street, make it a little bit more safe that way. I don't think it resolves any issues of an abundance of clients or whatever going to that location. But in this case, I would be very comfortable approving the application, knowing that this is going to the planning board, and it would be dealt with there. It's not that I'm not concerned, but in this area, in this case, I think that I would be comfortable with supporting the application.
All right, thank you. Any thoughts, Mr. Sylvia?
Yep. I think whenever an abutter feels comfortable with a proposal, that says a lot. Even in this situation, it's a little peculiar given the fact that Hayner Swanson represents the applicant. If they didn't feel comfortable with it, I'm guessing they wouldn't represent the applicant. So I think that's a big plus, and plus adding on to what's already been said. Thank you.
Ms. Willis, any comments?
I actually feel the same way as my colleagues. I'm in favor of the application for all the reasons already stated.
All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Patrick, any first comments?
I tend to agree with my colleagues as well. I'd be in favor.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm in support. I think, you know, like all of us, there is some concern about parking. I think that will get sorted out at the planning board. I did find it kind of interesting. It's like I know this area really well, and yet maybe it's just the kind of thing you never think about. I never thought about how many loading docks were facing the street. And maybe it's just especially the character of this older parked industrial. A lot of those buildings clearly have been around for quite a while, and just it maybe isn't how somebody would construct them, or maybe do whatever. But I found that as much interesting as anything. Like, oh, I wouldn't until Attorney Perlman handed us all those images. It's like, oh yeah, I recognize that. Oh yeah, but so I think that part of things very much in character, and I think the parking. It's like, again, it's, I think the good problem in one sense. It seems like there's some successful operations here, but I think I'm okay with letting the planning board resolve if there's something more that needs to happen. So, would anybody like to offer up a motion? Well, I think we might actually want to treat the two motions separately, since I think we might have different votes on the two. So.
Yeah. All right. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to figure out this down. Okay, I'll make a motion. like to make a motion for Stellos Family Investment Properties, LLC owner, 115 Northeastern Boulevard, sheet 140, lot 52, requesting the following variance from Land Use Code Section 190-19, Section A, Section 3, Section B, to allow a loading dock area to face a public street. We find that the variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property, given the special conditions of the property. Again, we noted that there are, this is a industrial commercial area that has several loading docks facing the street. Several of the buildings are not, these buildings here are, in this section, are closer to the street than other buildings would be in other areas. We find that the benefits sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some other method reasonably feasible for the applicant to pursue other than the variance. We find that it is within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. We find it will not adversely affect the property values of surrounding parcels. We find that it's not contrary to public interest, and we find that substantial justice will be served. So again, I make a motion to approve the area variance.
And second by Ms. Bora. All right, and again, it'll be 5 of us voting. Mr. Neely, how do you vote?
Mr. Neely votes in favor.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Mr. Sylvia?
I vote in favor.
And Ms. Boras?
Ms. Boris votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. So that's 5-0. And do you need a moment, or you move into the next one?
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to approve the area variance for Stellos Family Investment Properties, LLC owner, 115 Northeastern Boulevard, sheet 140, lot 52, requesting the following variances. From Land Use Code, Section 190-16, Section F, subsection 4, to allow a total of 14 parking spaces in the 30-foot required front yard setback along Congress Street after a proposed lot subdivision with a new building, associated site work and paving. It's in the PI zone, Ward 6. The variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property given the special conditions of the property. Again, this particular variance is associated with a building that has two frontages. There is parking along the front side of Congress Street. Again, the parking spaces have existed for many, many, many years. We find that the benefit sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some other method reasonable feasible for the applicant to pursue other than the variance. It is within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. It will not adversely affect the property values of surrounding parcels. It is not contrary to public interest, and substantial justice will be served. So again, I make a motion to approve the area variance.
All right, and is there a second? Ms. Boras, second again, thank you. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, Mr. Neely, how do you vote?
Mr. Neely votes not in favor.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Mr. Sylvia?
Mr. Sylvia votes in favor.
Ms. Boras?
Ms. Boris votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. That passes 4-1. Mr. Neely in opposition. That closes case number 1.
Thank you.
And you're welcome. And there's the 30-day window appeal that I know Attorney Perlman knows very well. So again, next up is the case that probably has brought many of you here tonight. So I noted that you probably look at doing the testimony slightly modified for this case, considering the amount of correspondence we've gotten, and this is, as far as this is all the printed out emails and communication we've gotten about this case over these past several weeks. So the board has had a lot of information to look at and process, but tonight we will we'll go through the usual part of the testimony and the presentation of the application, but what I'm going to do, and it's been a practice that is also, I know, been adopted at points on large cases like the planning board has, we will take up to an hour's worth of testimony in favor and take up to an hour's worth of testimony in opposition. I think that should, in all likelihood, give everybody a chance to still, have a minute or two to speak. And we'd ask that you don't necessarily concern yourself with rereading letters if that's if you've already submitted written correspondence, we've had that, and we've seen that. If you also have commentary that is essentially echoing others that have already spoken before you, you can just note that and note, whether you're in favor or against, and maybe the very basic reason or reasons why. I also want to clarify a few things because I think, these kind of cases come up, and a lot of people don't necessarily have been exposed to maybe any case ever with zoning or planning or other boards or commissions that exist in the city. And so what will happen is cases will come up, and then there's not necessarily clear understanding of the way the process works and what's going on. So as I noted earlier, special exceptions are cases that if the criteria are met, then the board is pretty much obligated to approve. This is a special exception request, so I just want people to understand that there's some basic criteria, and I'll even just note those so people have some familiarity with these, because this is something the board and the lawyers and some of us are very, very used to. But so a special exception has 5 criteria. It has to be listed in the table of uses, and specifically somewhere in the code. It will not, secondly, that it will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. Third, that it will not overload public water, drainage, or sewer or other municipal systems. Fourth, that the special regulations are fulfilled. Specifically, in this case, there are wetland special conditions which are associated with the case, and there's 9 of those, and I won't read all of those at this moment, but they're basically about mitigation and best practices and those kind of things. And fifth, that the work will not impair integrity or be out of character with the neighborhood or be detrimental to the health, morals, or welfare of residents. The other thing is, I think some communication is out there that that some folks believe that this board is making a final decision tonight on whether or not the disc golf course will move forward and become an entity. That's not. This is not the last step in the process. If this basically, especially if this board approves this special exception, the next step is the planning board and possibly Board of Public Works as well. So there is future opportunity to weigh in on especially site plan usage types of actions, which generally do have to do with parking plans and those kinds of things. So I want everybody to have some understanding that even things like we can all appreciate, and I know a lot of the basic communication have been things like, disc golf is a great activity. It's a lot of people participated in it and all that. And this board is not here to judge whether or not disc golf is a good activity or not. It's an allowed type of activity in the park, and that's not ours to judge. It's already the kind of activity it's allowed. What the board is being asked to do is look at essentially what's happening in a critical wetland with the proposal in front of us. So I just want to set that stage. We're pretty tightly bound, and I mentioned it at the very beginning of my remarks, but this board is, like I said, a quasi-judicial body. So we act on testimony, and we have to render what is pretty much a legal type of decision. Even, I know, I've certainly been involved in cases, and my colleagues, some of them have as well, where we might not actually really want to see some activity done, but judging by what the criteria is of a case and what's in front of us, we will definitely approve that if that has been met. So essentially, trying to get at, we're not a board that can operate with kind of political leanings or what we like or don't like. We're trying to essentially judge land use code law and how proposals fit into that. So, like I said, I just want to set some stage to this to help kind of everybody understand the board's purview, and we have very limited and narrow scope with what we can even consider in this case tonight. So I think that's probably enough extra introduction. We will have the normal up to 15 minutes for the actual application presentation, and then we'll work through the testimony, the for and against with that hour block, and we'll try to just see how that manages. And I'm hoping that we don't need to use those 2 full hours, because I think I certainly know the board and many of you would probably appreciate not being here too late into the night as well. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Yes.
comment.
Yes.
For anyone in the audience or watching on TV, the 5 criteria of the special exception plus all the criteria of the regulations are on the city website in the meeting packet, if you want to read more about that. I actually have it on my phone right here, so.
Yeah, that's a good reminder, just and maybe something that all the cases that get applied for, get advertised for, the agendas, but the cases, the information is all put up electronically on the city's website. So, yeah, for anybody that might be watching, even for future reference, like the information that we get is available electronically at your convenience some period ahead of time of the meeting as well. So, thanks for that reminder. All right, I'll read case number 2 into the record. The owner is City of Nashua. The address is Land Spitbrook Road, Roby Park, Sheet B, Lot 2189. The request is for a special exception from Land Use Code Section 190-115 to work in a critical wetland buffer to remove trees and brush, install 9 wooden pedestrian bridges, T-pads, disc chain baskets, directional signage, wetland markers, and trash barrels for a proposed 18-hole disc golf course. This is in the R18 zone, Ward 9. Attorney Perlman, oh, okay. Welcome, and again, if you can state your name and address for the record, and I'm sure you'll need to drop the mic down a little bit.
Okay. Without knocking it over. Good evening. My name is Lisa Foto. I have served as the Director of Public Works now for the last 14 years. Thank you for the opportunity to present our application. Of the many projects I've led during my tenure with the city, disc golf has by far the greatest potential to enrich the lives of all of our residents. It is free, can be played at any age, and allows all our residents to experience the beauty of a wooded area in Roby Park. The project started with a petition of over 600 Nashua residents asking the city to build a disc golf course. When these discussions began in 2020, I'd never heard of disc golf, but came to realize the popularity of the sport with over 71 disc golf courses right here in New Hampshire. Disc golf courses are built in harmony with the surroundings and are designed to protect our natural resources. The Board of Public Works unanimously supports this project, and the commissioners are all here in attendance tonight. We have worked to address many of the Conservation Commission concerns. I want to thank Conservation Commission Chair Sherry Dutsey for voting for this project and for working with us to move it forward. Our team is here to answer any questions that you have and hopefully work with you to bring the Rotary West Disc Golf Park to Nashua. Now I'd like to introduce Attorney Andy Perlman, who will be presenting our application on behalf of the city.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, Andy Perlman with Prunier and Perlman here in Nashua, here on behalf of the city of Nashua. Mr. Chairman, members, I have a presentation to present to you, but I also have a time constraint. Avery Jenkins, who designed the course, is with us by Zoom, and he's catching a plane probably about a half an hour. So rather than me take up that 15 or so minutes, if we could jump to Mr. Jenkins so before he gets on his plane.
All right.
Hopefully.
Good evening, everyone. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Excellent. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Andy. Like he said, I am the course designer. I'm a professional course designer by trade. I am a former disc golf world champion, and I've been working on this course for the last 4 years.
And sir, just,
along with my,
sorry, just if you can give your name and address for the record.
My name is Avery Jenkins. My address is 22005 State Highway 99, Pawhuska, Oklahoma 74056.
Thank you.
Yes. So that being said, I do live in Oklahoma. I travel all over the country, all over the world, designing disc golf courses at a very high level. This course particular, I worked with a colleague friend of mine who's maybe arguably the most popular disc golf player in the sport. His name is Simon Lazzotti. He lives in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. We had traveled up there a couple times over the period of 2021 and 2022. It might be the last time we were up there. And we had designed the entire course of Rotary West at Roby Park with all considerations in mind. When laying out a disc golf course, it is about the routing and the navigation of the holes through certain sensitive wooded areas. Taking into account, we're not clearing big areas of land. It's not a golf course. It's a disc golf course. We are one with nature, and we're very low impact, very sustainable, and taking a lot of things into account, especially trees, underbrush, waterways, wetlands. I've also designed a few other courses down in Massachusetts as well with those things in mind. And it is consideration along with safety and other park users. With this project here, a lot of thought went into it, a lot of miles, a lot of hiking, a lot of marking, shifting, adjusting during the design process. We are totally open to whatever needs to be done to modify and adjust and shift to make this 18-hole course congruent, non-conflicting, and something that's going to be, like Lisa said, it's going to be a huge draw throughout the Northeast, not just in New Hampshire, but throughout the Northeast. One of the most popular courses in the Northeast is just north of you guys in Manchester, the Hollows, and it gets several thousand rounds per month. Very popular. Being in the Boston Metro, I see the same thing for this course. It's going to be the only 18-hole course in Nashua, and New Hampshire in general is ranked, I think, 43rd in the U.S. as far as per capita disc golf courses. So fairly low, and I think having a course like this is going to generate popularity, it's going to generate tourism, events, and it's going to engage the community, both the players, children, kids, families. Having a course like this, out of the 65 courses in New Hampshire, it's going to be one of the most popular, and that's what my duty is to put together a quality, safe, fun course through a wooded area, and that's what we accomplished.
Any questions for
Any
before he goes?
questions? Yes, Mr. Sylvia.
First one, why Roby Park? There's other places in Nashua where this could go. There's also other disc golf courses, even if they're not 18 holes. Why here?
So that Greeley Greens you're referring to is not really a course. It's some homemade baskets in a little open, park. It's kind of crisscrossing over. It's more of a practice area than anything. It's kind of makeshift. It's not considered a course by any means. I travel all throughout the world. I've played in 23 countries and 49 states, over 1,600 courses played. And I take what I do, a craft, if you will, spending a lot of time to evaluate and see really what goes into a high-quality disc golf course design. And to answer your question as far as why Roby Park, it has all the aesthetics, the wooded. It's got a really nice, brook down the middle. It's got some elevation. It's got a lot of different topography and undulation that make it really unique to what a disc golf course would require to be interesting and a draw for players all around the region.
At comparable other disc courses that you've built, what's the average usage in terms of pedestrians using the trails?
ranging from a couple hundred rounds per month to a couple thousand rounds per month in certain areas. One of my most popular courses is actually down in Milford, Massachusetts, about 30 to 45 minutes outside of Boston. And it's a 9-hole course, short in scale, playing through a wooded area with wetlands, on the borders of it, but really playing on the dry upper areas. And it's by far my most popular course design, not for challenge, but I think for just offering a great inviting kind of environment for players of all skill levels.
Was there any thought into a 9-hole course or just an 18-hole course?
9-hole courses, they get play, but you're not going to hold a tournament on these level courses. And by many players, they're always looking for the best overall experience, and that's what 18 holes do. And so having 18 holes is usually going to rate a little higher, it's going to rank a little higher, and you're going to be able to run disc golf events on an 18-hole course.
And obviously at the heart of this request is the going across wetlands complex A. Is there any way you could have avoided going across wetlands complex A?
So the brook that goes through the park, it separates a east and a west section.
Correct.
There's already a bridge on that bottom lower area, and by the addition of other bridges, we should be able to traverse that area safely without affecting or disturbing anything. One way to get across is just by utilizing both sides is the use of a bridge in certain areas, or bridges where needed, but really taking into account the effect. And I feel like we're not going to disturb the wetlands by having disc golf holes in that area.
Thank you.
How many tournaments roughly do you think we'd have a year?
How many tournaments in Nashua?
Yeah.
New Hampshire?
Yeah.
U.S.?
In Nashua, yeah, at this site, were it to go forward.
How many do we expect, or how many we have currently?
How many do you expect to have, yeah?
I would expect to at least have 2 tournaments a year, maybe one in the spring, one in the fall. I think the one in Manchester, the Hollows, they might have just the Fall Classic, the one time a year. But these are like 2 big, established tournaments. I would still see, weekly events, maybe a league night once a week, and maybe some other tournaments on the weekend sprinkled throughout each and every month. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board right now? All right, thank you.
Okay, Avery, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to begin again, Andy Perlman for the City of Nashua. You just heard from Mr. Jenkins, the course designer. With us also tonight is Brendan Quigley of GOV Environmental Services, and he's going to speak to the specific wetland and buffer impacts and what we did to modify and change the course as a result of working with the Conservation Commission. I know Dr. Wolf Rosenblum is downstairs. She's going to come back. She's going to speak on behalf of Rotary. You have some letters on behalf of Rotary West, but she does want to speak to the board, and I expect others to be speaking as well. And also, Mr. Chairman, and again, so that people know, this will be going to the Planning Board should we move on from tonight. Mr. Chairman, Roby Park is a 57-acre park off of Spitbrook Road and East Dunstable Road. The disc golf course is proposed to use roughly 25 acres of the western portion and southern portion of the park. Roby Park was acquired by the city as a park, as a recreational park in 1982 and 1983. It's in the R18 zone, and as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, recreational uses such as disc golf are permitted use in the R18 district for this particular site. I have to address this right up front. The Board of Public Works approved the disc golf course back in 2021, I think August 2021. And the city did indeed get ahead of itself. The city did indeed get out there and start cutting and clearing without permits in place. And We have no excuse for that other than when we were told to stop, the city stopped and began this process with the Conservation Commission, with Mr. Quigley. And so we're here tonight to finish out that process, or at least begin the discussion with this board. I have for you an application package I was going to run through. We have letters of support, and I will do my best to stick to your opening narrative, Mr. Chairman, about the wetland impacts. But it is important to say that this is a proposed use that a lot of people are in favor of, that is family friendly, that doesn't cost anything other than the cost of the discs and a backpack or whatnot. And it is we see it as an overall positive for the city. We have designed a course to have the minimum wetland impact possible, and I speak to that in our application, and Mr. Quigley and others can speak to that as well. Course plans were modified as the applicant went through the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission heard this time and time again. They took a site walk to Roby Park. They took a site walk up to Manchester. You heard reference to the Hollows course. And so with a lot of input from the Conservation Commission, plans were changed really for the better. And we believe we have a good, solid proposal for you that meets all the criteria of the wetland special exception for you tonight. We have proposed conditions of approval that were in my application packet. We have proposed rules and regulations working with Rotary West and the disc golf community. And as I noted in my opening narrative, we believe that we are addressing recreational points in the 2021 master plan. Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, this a wetland special exception has a number of components to it. It has the actual special exception application. It has the special exception criteria under 190-134, and then has the wetland affidavit under 119-115B with the 9 criteria. And that's what I'm going to go through now. However, just a quick aside, a lot of comments were made about parking. People say there's not enough parking. Whether there is or whether there isn't enough parking is under the control of DPW, under the control of the city. And if there's a need for additional parking as we go through the planning board, we'll have to address that. There are parking options such as shuttling from nearby lots, whether the Sheridan lot or some other lots. I mean, there are parking alternatives that we can address, but again, we're here with respect to the wetland special exception. I just called it out because there were a lot of comments about parking. So we have the wetland special exception application. We've addressed the 5 criteria, and ultimately we have a recreational use in a public park. We see no impact to the character of the neighborhood. The plans that were presented to you, or I think were last revised in December of 2023, and those are the plans that we are presenting to this board. This park has a number of features. It has T-pads. I have pictures of the disc baskets, if you're not familiar with them. And we believe that the minimal structures that are going to be out at the site really will have no impact on the nature of the wetland impacts. With respect to the 190-134 special exception criteria, Mr. Chair, that was my time. All right. We have a permitted use, land use code 224 recreation is a permitted use in the R18 district. We don't believe we have any traffic congestion, undue pedestrian safety. We have normal traffic use like any other use at Roby Park. Again, if uses of parking and traffic are concerns, we deal with those at the planning board. And we'll be able to address those because, again, this is all under the control of the city. We're not using any public water, no drainage, no sewer are involved. We have our wetlands affidavit and subsection E of 190-134. We believe that we are presenting something in the character of the neighborhood. This is a public park for everyone's use, and we're just adding to that with respect to the disc golf. The board has my wetlands affidavit. It's the 9 criteria of 190, 115B. And if you'll bear with me, let me please come back to that, because I want to highlight some other things on our in our application. Our application, again, includes the proposed, it includes the plans for the disc golf course itself. And the plans that were presented to you were kind of small. They were tough to see. I have larger versions, if that would help. I have 11 by 17s, if the board would like copies of those. Just say the word. With the application, Mr. Chairman, you have the 2 reports from GOV Environmental Services. And in particular, I want you to focus on the November 27th, 2023 report from GOV Environmental Services, because that's really the last report that we submitted to Concom. And Mr. Quigley can speak to this, but ultimately, his opinion is that we really are not going to have, we're going to have little to no effect on the wetlands themselves with the bridges and the cutting of brush and the limited number of trees coming down, and the way brush and trees are going to be cut. They're going to be cut by hand, not by heavy machinery. And so the November 27th, 2023 report is critical for this board to consider and review. I'm just running through my packet. We used to have the proposed conditions of approval. These were discussed at Concom and modified a bit, and so they're in substance what we saw with the Conservation Commission, but we have them presented to you tonight. We have park rules, and you can see that we do not disturb the wetlands, respect the out-of-bounds areas. All wetlands are out of bounds, do not alter the course in any way. Disc golfers yield to everyone. There's some safety concerns. Disc golfers do let people walk through, and I'll speak to that in a bit, because I took a tour of many disc golf courses recently, including the one Mr. Jenkins just mentioned in Milford, Mass. In the packet is the Conservation Commission letter with their negative recommendation, but it's a 2-2 vote. And their bylaws call out that a 2-2 vote is a negative recommendation to this board, but again, we do point out that it was a 2-2 vote. And then toward the back of my packet, just in case you're not familiar with disc golf, I had a couple of examples of disc golf features. The basket itself, the chains break the flow of the disc and drop into the basket for hopefully a hole-in-one. The disc golf caution flying disc. This comes from the Lake Louise course in Milford, Mass. Mr. Jenkins spoke of. You can see caution flying disc and arrows directing players. Likewise, the lost and found picture is very common in the courses that I walked through. And again, this comes from Milford, Mass. Carry-in, carry-out facility, you can see it's very common as my wife and I toured all these facilities. And then the next picture is the long pole that is attached to a disc at the end of it. We have it. Yep, keep going, keep going. Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? I just recently submitted these the other day. So I'm not sure if you received these. Right?
Not up there.
But what I submitted yesterday, Mr. Chairman, I'll just bring this up real quick, is a long pole. It's an extension type pole, and it's got a bunch of stickies, like a round ball of suction cups on the end of it, and it's how we retrieve discs out of bounds areas. And they're very effective, because as one of the little sticky things loses its grip, it rolls, and you can see that it grabs on to the next one.
We do have one copy of it here.
There you go.
Oh, even better.
I don't know that I could.
You guys will-
Look at that. No applause. So, Mr. Chairman, that just as an example, and that's the disc golf community, as I've been exposed to this, very respectful of wetlands, very respectful of boundaries. There's another picture that I have. It's from the Hollows course in Manchester. It's just a sign for the first hole. And the reason I have that, I submitted that, is because at the very bottom of this sign for the first hole, it says OB description, out of bounds description. There's no out of bounds in this particular hole. But as you walk through courses, each of the hole signs designate where things are out of bounds, where you don't go, where you use the retriever, if your shot is similar to how I would throw a disc. And then we have just additional pictures of a typical backpack. The discs themselves, usually 10 or 20 discs in a backpack, and they're heavy for a driver, they're light for a putter, very similar to old-fashioned golf. With respect to the criteria, Mr. Chairman, we believe that we have met the criteria with the plan and the revisions to the plan coming out of Concom, and we have the 9 criteria. We believe that the use cannot be reasonably avoided. And just as a quick comment, there are many trails out there today. There's Erin's Trail and some other trails out there. The disc golf is really looking to improve those trails because the bridges that are out there today are just kind of like 2x6s thrown on the ground, all right? And it's not, they work, they're not professional, but they work. But we're going to be having improvements to that. The buffer impact for the passive recreational use of disc golf can't be reasonably avoided with the 18-hole course. And that's a fair question, Mrs. Sylvia. Why not consider a 9-hole course or something smaller? This was really intended to be a first-class operation for the city of Nashua. We didn't want to cheapen it or lessen the course, lessen the experience. We wanted to bring people in to this site. So that's why there's a full professional 18-hole layout. We believe that we have the least damaging route and methodology being proposed. Again, Mr. Quigley can speak to what was done with respect to the plan changes and course layout revisions as a result of the Conservation Commission concerns. We have minimum clearing as a result of the revegetation plan where necessary. And again, I'm going to refer you to the November 27, 2023 plan from GOV Environmental. We have mitigation measures throughout, namely being the 9 bridges. We will have signs and directionals toward the bridges so people aren't getting lost. There are signs marking next hole, where you go for your next hole and to stay out of the wetland and the buffer. There will be out-of-bounds signs, out-of-bounds ropes throughout the course. The next criteria is interesting because the overall impact of the encroaching into the wetland buffer is necessary for the productive use of adjoining buildable land, and as such non-encroachments is outweighed by the benefits they're derived. And it's interesting because our ordinance is really geared toward building development, for buildings themselves, to parking lots, to big detention basin structures. And it's not really designed for the intermittent use that's being proposed today. So the ordinance doesn't quite fit what we're presenting. However, with that, the disc golf being popular, you heard that it's going to get used with the mitigation measures that we are proposing. We believe that the benefit to the city having another recreational use in an existing public park outweighs the impact being proposed to the wetlands. We have no rare endangered species. The GOV Environmental Report from October 21, 2022 states that the Natural Heritage Bureau up in Concord called out one particular plant, and it was our environmental scientist opinion that it is highly unlikely that the species is present in Roby Park. We have no erosion or sediment control issues, and you can see the rest of our application. Our proposal is not impacting any wetland capacity, stability of water body banks, or the hydrological absorption capacity and storage. So we believe that we've addressed all the criteria for the wetland special exception. Again, we are mindful of the 2-2 vote from Concom, but we have worked with Concom to present the best plan possible. We do have letters of support, in particular from the mayor. In addition to letters of support from the mayor and Rotary, we have another organization that's very much involved in this project, the Gate City Disc Golf Association. And they are spearheading this project, and they're going to work hand in hand with DPW with course maintenance and course management. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I need to take a breath. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Quigley, and I do want to come back as a witness because I want to tell you about my experience with these other courses, so I'll take a break. Unless you had any questions.
Mr. Boucher.
Yes, I think you mentioned it, and I just want to clarify that you had, in your packet, you had a proposed conditions of approval. So you still stand behind those? And are those born through the conversations with the COMCOM?
No, the proposed conditions of approval, as opposed to the course rules. Yeah, the proposed conditions of approval were plagiarized from the proposed conditions of approval from the CONCOM meeting. They're substantively the same, but we have DPW, for example, monitoring and doing the work out there as opposed to CONCOM coming out there to do it. If CONCOM wants to be involved in that, that's fine. But the proposed, I will represent to you that the proposed conditions of approval are substantively the same as what was discussed at the CONCOM meetings.
All right, thank you. Just because with the unfavorable recommendations, there was nothing listed in the letter, so we're used to seeing some things from them. So I just wanted to verify that this is kind of what was spoke about.
And I can pull those meeting minutes if you want to see them.
That's fine. Yeah. All right, thank you. I just want to hear your testimony on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Sylvia.
Do you have any idea how many people use the trails that are in that area now?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you know how many people use the trails now in that area that is in that?
I can't say. I believe that they're well used. I don't have a number for you. I was there this past January, and I saw 1 or 2 people out there. Right, it was a cold January day. Better days, it's you'll have more people out there, but I don't know a number.
Any other questions?
Okay. Thank you. If I may have Mr. Quigley speak to his reports.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brendan Quigley. I'm a certified wetland scientist with GOV Environmental Services in Exeter, New Hampshire. I've been involved with this project since May of 2022, beginning with the delineation of the wetlands that appear on the plans that have been submitted, followed by a year and a half, roughly, of coordination with the design team and the Conservation Commission on various adjustments. Those really began previous to any submission being made. I had given some guidance to the design team on adjusting the layout, which they're sort of their first take. And that would, I think that's important because I think a lot of people did not, in fact, maybe no one actually saw those plans, but represented a significant initial attempt to improve the design with respect to potential wetland impacts. And that would include things like moving a number of the fairways completely out of wetlands and buffers, as well as where those were required, minimizing them in number and in scope by crossing wetlands perpendicular and narrowly, using existing trails to the greatest extent possible, and locating all but one small portion of the tee and basket areas, which involve the only ground disturbing activity, de minimis as it may be, outside of buffer areas. After that initial step, I think we probably had the most substantive coordination at our site walk with the Conservation Commission and a number of other citizens concerned about the project. And we looked at the entire course in a fair amount of detail. And I think three main categories of concerns came up, which we subsequently addressed in the later submittal that fall. One of these categories, I think, can be characterized as improvements to the existing trails that are there now. As I mentioned, those are largely being used. They are the basis for accessing the fairways and playing the disc golf game. And as we're walking around out there, we had a number of comments, relative to there should be another bridge added here or there. So there was three of those added. And I should have mentioned one of the other initial steps was for all the new crossings of wetlands that were proposed. It was a standard trail bridge, sort of the gold standard for a public area like this. The bridges would span the wetland and lay above it. So it's to really eliminate any kind of disturbance, ad hoc crossings, stones, that sort of thing, or people just walking through the wetland. So three more of those were added, and those are all in existing areas where there was trail crossings in wetland, essentially needed to be improved regardless of the current proposal. Similarly, there was a section of trail that was quite steep, again existing, and that was relocated due to potential erosion control issues and even potential safety issues. The other broad category.
You've got a little under a minute. If you
Excuse me?
You only have like 45 seconds now, if you can try to wrap up.
Okay. Apologies. So we did include a lot of those concerns, address a lot of those concerns relative to buffer impacts in proposing restoration in those areas that were cut initially by adding those bridges and by, frankly, a better characterization of what it would take to construct the rest of the course. Specifically, not the way it was done initially, but really just a minimal number of trees needed to be cut, and all clearing would just be done by hand, essentially pruning shrubs, similar to any trail maintenance or any other trail in the city. So, with those elements and those design changes, as well as the proposed conditions that were mentioned, this will, in my opinion, not have any adverse impact to the wetlands, even with the possible increased traffic.
Thank you. Sir, just so you know, the chair is in control of the meeting, and you're not the one giving testimony. I don't appreciate anybody calling out from the audience about anything with questions or instructions. So if you don't have the ability to abide by that, please leave the auditorium. You'll have a turn to speak whatever you want to whenever that time comes. But I do not appreciate that kind of outburst. So please keep that in mind. Otherwise, I will ask you to leave. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you for the extra time.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Sylvia.
What will be the change in terms of the impact to the wetland areas if this comes versus what's there now with the hikers?
Very little, in my opinion. Most of the areas that are being crossed are already existing trails. The unfortunate initial clearing did result in a wider area that needed to be cleared. We're proposing restoration along the stream, which is the more sensitive portion of the buffer. That'll help with stability. The areas themselves are largely, substantially naturalized already, but that additional plantings in those areas will help to stabilize and help for screening, prevent players from crossing in those areas, and rather to using the bridges that are provided.
Another question. Yep. It was mentioned that there were wetland areas in other disc golf courses. Have you done any studies on those wetland areas?
I have not.
Okay, so it's the first time you've done it.
I've had the opportunity to see many of them, but I haven't done any studies.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I'll ask you, and maybe I should have asked Attorney Perlman. The one thing that kind of keeps coming to mind for me, and I know we were shown, and even, you know, the whole thing about the stick for retrieving, you know, wayward discs and all, but what is the plan for when that doesn't reach far enough and discs are in the wetland areas themselves? What is the way to mitigate or ultimately retrieve those discs? Is there something kind of conceptualized for that, or how will that work? And like I said, maybe you need to defer that to somebody else to answer, but
I'll try to answer what I can. I think maybe one of the disc golf experts might be better at answering the specifically what, you know, how that's done. But I will say that most of the wetland areas where you really wouldn't want a player entering in are those areas are very narrow by design. So it should be feasible for all but a few instances to retrieve those without, from either side possibly, without the need for someone going in there.
yeah, maybe just for somebody that can answer that with any other detail, you know, if you're getting your testimony, that we will. I'd be interested in that, sir.
Okay.
So. Okay, all right, thank you.
Good, thank you.
All right, so Attorney Perlman, now it's kind of like your kind of part of your official part of your testimony, right? And then we'll move now to other supporting testimony, or do you have something else to add?
No, I do want to, Mr. Chairman, again, Andy Perlman. I'm done for now. I just, again, want to call out the November 27th, 2023 report from GOV. It's very important for the board to consider. I just had a quick question for the board because it seemed like the picture was missing. I just want to make sure you received the letters of support from the mayor, and I think there were 3 from Rotary members. Okay, and then finally, I am going to come back and testify as a witness, not as counsel. So I'm good for now.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, so we are at that point of, and actually I'm going to say, basically, I said an hour, but I'm going to say 55 minutes because we already had the, you know, kind of 5 minutes of additional testimony as the environmental, and I think Attorney Perlman, I didn't see the timer, but I'm pretty sure you went well beyond the 15 to begin with. So try to have some leeway here, but at the same time, yeah. So basically, we're pretty much at about 5 after 8. I'm looking to have us be done with any supporting or affirmative testimony by 9 o'clock. Hopefully it'll be sooner than that, but we'll see how it goes. So any individual can still speak up to 5 minutes, but you know, if there's more than, you know, however many that works out to be, you know, that's more than a dozen, then I'd ask that you consider, if you want your fellow supporters to have a chance that you don't take 5 minutes. So, and again, if you basically just want to say you're in support and the very basic reasons why, that's fine too. So I might suggest that folks start to line up, you know, over by the doors, but anybody that wants to start with any testimony can come up now, and we just again ask for name and address for the record. So
Dr. Richard Smart, 159 Searles Road here in Nashua, lifelong resident. I'd just like to say that I am here to speak in support of disc golf. I brought some friends, so we're not going to try to get you the thumbs up or the thumbs down on disc golf. We're here to talk about the special exception. I think that Brendan Quigley and Attorney Perlman have done a great job in presenting to you the case before you for the special exception. For us, this journey began a lot longer ago than for some others in the room. We've been talking with Director Photo, Alex since 2016, myself since 2017. There have been greater than 15 public meetings with disc golf on the agenda. So I urge you to act quickly, and act in favor tonight of this special exception. And I'll yield my remaining time.
All right, thank you. The only thing I'll say is just like if any, we didn't obviously have any questions, but just like before you, maybe anybody that's giving testimony, just maybe pause for a moment. And I just want to make sure that the board doesn't have any questions for you. So, but go ahead, sir. Please state your name and address.
All right. Hi, I'm Ian Coburn. I'm a Manchester resident, 380 Loven's Drive. I kind of two parts to mine. I am a school teacher. I teach at West High School in Manchester. And again, this isn't necessarily a big part of the purview, but as a cheap hobby, many of my kids are very, very low income. So it's a really accessible hobby for a lot of people that don't have a lot of accessible hobbies in today's world. Not going to harp on that too much. That's not really what this one's about. I might not look like I'm old enough for it, but I am actually one of the original players at the Manchester Hollows course that we have talked about. Myself and my parents, who are both here, were some of the early members in that community. And in the, it's hard to say, 8-9 years since it has been open, the wetlands have been pretty close to exactly the same as they were then. You can still go, the same creeks, the same brush, the same everything, really. As someone who goes year-round, obviously in the winter the greenery's gone, but it still comes back in the exact same spots year after year without fail. The only trees that come down, we don't cut. There are obviously storms, so trees, I won't lie and say that there's no trees that go down or anything, but the vast majority of the trees that go down and have gone down over the 8 years since that course has been open have been weather-based and nothing to do with us. We do a pretty good job at not trampling brush. The community does a really good job at if someone decides to go in and start destroying things, they are not received well for that act. We do a good job at policing that ourselves as a community. It's not like people hit a tree they don't like and go and cut it down with a chainsaw at night and everyone's like, oh yeah, great job, I didn't like that one either. That stuff doesn't really happen. Yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. We generally treat our neck of the woods very well, or we certainly try to.
So maybe you can answer, at least comment on my question about wayward discs in the wetland area. Do you have any experience or guidance about that?
Absolutely. Generally, we avoid going into that muck at all possible. And based on what the environmentalist was saying, most people do have those poles. They extend farther than you think. For example, mine, I know I have a really big one, goes like 30 feet. So it's not like, we only pulled it up a little bit. I could touch that wall with the pole. So it covers a wide span. And not everyone's is quite so long, but yeah, you can cover a wide span.
Okay, great.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Stephanie Wolf Rosenblum, 47 Berkeley Street.
You can pull that mic down, so, yeah.
Are you saying I'm short? Thank you, and I apologize for being in and out. I'm also testifying downstairs on a Board of Health matter, a change to the city charter. So I'm here on behalf of Nashua Rotary West. We are proud to support this project, and the rest of my colleagues could not be here tonight because it conflicts with the annual dinner when the meeting got changed. We're very happy to be donating this inexpensive, family-friendly activity as a new addition to the many recreational donations that the Nashua Rotary Clubs of Nashua have brought to the city. We're mindful of the wetland and buffer impact, but we understand that the course was designed by professionals to minimize such impact. Fellow Rotarians have walked the area and spoken with disc golf players. As we were researching this donation, we were impressed at their dedication and professionalism in managing the course, and I just want to be sure that people are clear that when Rotary makes this donation, we do not receive anything back, and we will not be receiving anything in perpetuity. It is just a gift to the city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Bill, 95 Parnell Place here in Nashua. I'm a native of the city, and I was introduced to disc golf by my nephew. He'd been playing for several years, and I want to enthusiastically support this project. So I went, and Michael said, "Oh, you should try it." So I thought, okay, I'm going to try it. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how to play. I don't know the rules. I don't know anything, okay? But they put on what they call Pros and Joes. A gentleman that owns Union Square Disc Golf, who's in the audience, puts on these events so that they team up a pro who knows what they're doing with me. I'm a Joe. And they teach you how to throw before you get out on the course. They teach you the rules. They show you the wetlands. They explain out of bounds. It's amazing. And if you're out on there on the course, you can't move a rock, a stick, a branch, nothing to make your shot. You move around the tree. And if you even think of it, somebody on your team is going to call you out and remind you, you can't move that. So I got involved in a committee to help move this along because I fell in love with the game. It was just so awesome. I'm a naturalist, I'm a conservationalist. You're out there in the woods, it's quiet, it's amazing, and you've got all these other people. There's no paper, because there's no paper scorecards, it's all electronic. And Avery Jenkins, this is like the Jack Nicklaus. If he were building a golf course, you'd be going, what, Jack Nicklaus, right? This is that guy who spoke to us tonight. Backed by Rotary West. I was a Rotarian for 12 years. They don't take these things lightly. So, and Brandon Quigley, 25 years. He's a senior wetland specialist. He's done lots of studies. Again, on the date, November 27, 23. Little to no impact on the wetlands. Little to no impact. No impact. And everything that the committee and all these meetings, we said to the Conservation Commission, we'll plant native bushes, we'll plant 6-foot blueberry bushes. They said, we'd like 4-foot blueberry bushes. We said, okay. Bent over backwards to do everything that they asked. The DPW has always done an amazing job at Roby Park. I've never really used it because I didn't have kids who were playing ball or stuff like that. I live 2 miles from the place. I'm thrilled that I'm going to be able to play on the best course in the state 2 miles from my house instead of driving a half an hour or an hour. Let's talk about the impact on the environment that has. Me driving an hour to play disc golf. So they've done an amazing job. There are some people who think they own it. It's a city park. Nobody owns it. They're not their trails. I was quoted in the paper. But little to no impact on the wetlands. I'll tell you who is going to have a big impact on this community. This community, people like me, you guys can come out and play, they'll teach you. It is a free sport. I volunteer at PAL. The PAL kids are going to be there. Boys and Girls Club, Girls Incorporated. It's a free sport. No uniforms. Imagine the kids that could never play a sport because they didn't have the money. They can't afford the uniforms. This is for them. This is for all of us, all ages. Again, I love the environment, and I love this game. It really fires me up to go out there, and there's no impact except the joy it's going to bring to kids and families, and maybe even some of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Good evening. My name's Matt LeBlanc, 49 Blanchard Street. Here to speak in favor tonight, and I don't want to keep reiterating things I already said with the low impact of the trees, the wetlands, design with the consideration with trees, wetlands, and also the parking. This is, again, I don't want to just say everything that the previous speaker said, but I mean, we get a family of 4, and it's something that is free to play. DPW, everybody that's been involved throughout has done a phenomenal job throughout the city. Some of the playgrounds that we've put up in the town, I watch a lot of the meetings, and some of the costs of those are upwards of $150,000. This project here is about $50,000. So I think for the bang for your buck as a taxpayer, what we're going to get out of this is phenomenal. I feel like in addition to some of the assets that the city already has, Mine Falls Park, public pools, splash pads, again, I just want to speak in favor of disc golf tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Warren Hollenshed, 2363 Ware Road in Henniker. I come at this game with about 22 years of experience. I've got 15 years of event coordination and event management experience, so I've ran large-scale events, small-scale events, events that have done fundraising for local communities, worked with Boy Scouts to help with Eagle Scout badges while they're doing mitigation for erosion management or any sort of structural stuff on courses. I've seen disc golf courses change the direction of community activism, and have really noticed that once it gets established and involved, that there's not really a better way to approach how a community works with a disc golf course than actively getting involved with it. It's a fantastic thing to see, and yeah, it brings a lot to a community, not just economically, but also from activism and cooperation. And that's about it. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tamara Coburn, 380 Blevins Drive, Manchester. Been playing the Hollow since it started. My son spoke first, or early. I agree with everything everyone's saying about the environment, so I'm not going to go into that because they worded it really well. I will add about the multi-use parks. I play all over the place. Many of the courses I play are multi-use. There's people walking their dogs every day. We are a kind community. We're not going to hit anybody. We'll wait as long as it takes for someone to walk down and get out of the way. So that should not be a concern. Multi-use is fine. No one wants to hurt anybody hitting them with a disc. So we're patient. We can wait. But once again, disc golf, a great thing. I hope it comes to Nashua. I really do. So.
Good evening, everyone. Steve Abadili, 613 Smith Road, Manchester, New Hampshire. Members of the board, thank you for being here, as well as all in attendance. I'm speaking in favor tonight of the course heading to Roby Park, potentially. As was mentioned, a lot of the trail mitigation features, crossing wetland buffers, are a huge impact to the course. As somebody who grew up in Nashua, mountain biked on the trails of Mine Falls and Udickie Farm and other neighboring communities, I have seen many different efforts made to maintain the environment in the woods of Nashua. And I can say that this will go in the same direction as putting our best foot forward, trying to minimize trail crossings. Wetland incursion is a primary goal, as disc golfers like to maintain the environment they're in to its most natural possibilities. I'll minimize my time up here. I've only used 50 seconds. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Good evening. My name is Steve Coburn, 380 Blevins Drive, Manchester, New Hampshire. Coming here to speak in favor of the disc golf course. I have 3 quick things to touch on. I'm going to repeat a couple of things, but I'll be brief. One is it's a super, super welcoming community. People have already touched on it. We'll help people. We golf with people. It's very welcome, very opening. Anybody's welcome to do it. Thirdly, You asked earlier about how long it goes. That's 16 feet, it goes to 24. These go to 24, so, and it's just as good that far away as it is in closer. So does that answer your question a little bit?
Yeah.
They can go a long way, right? There's 71 courses in New Hampshire. I guarantee you all of them have water on them. They all have wetlands on them, and we all take good care of our environment. So thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ken Moget. I live at 58 Burke Street, and I'm going to present you, I have a different perspective than most of the players in this room. I've never played. I threw it once. Boy, it hurt my shoulder. I didn't like it. However, the group I was with, I just went a couple more holes with them and decided, no, this isn't for me. I walked out. Ran into numerous other players. They were nothing but courteous. Struck up conversations with most of them. They were all very patient with me. I don't walk that fast. And I had a very enjoyable encounter. Last time I was in Roby Park walking the trails, better than a decade ago. I wasn't impressed. In answer to your question about the bridges, a properly built bridge is far safer, more enjoyable than the makeshift stuff that I personally crossed. One of the trails I walked across basically had to hop across logs and rocks to get to the other side. So the bridges are a huge improvement. Any improvement to Roby Park trails, particularly if it doesn't cost me as a taxpayer, I'm all for it. I fully support the disc golf endeavors, tournaments, camaraderie. I've been on as I said, I've walked the courses. They're clean, they're comfortable. By leaps and bounds, I felt safe. I wasn't going to get hit with anything. The people I met were terrific. Try walking off an 18-hole golf course and ask those people if they'd let you interrupt their drive. It's a different story. I do golf, so I get it. Again, I'm a Nashua resident, fully support this endeavor. I've sent an email. I won't rehash that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Brian Moget. I live at 1 Maple Street, Drake, Mass. I grew up in Nashua. And pretty much what everybody's saying, I agree with. Except I'm going to say the one thing that everybody should know. No disc golfer wants their disc to go in the water.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting us have the time to speak to you today. My name is Norma Bruce. My address is 400 Young Street in Manchester. I also own Break and Chains Disc Golf with my husband, who's in the back here. We are in Nashua and Manchester and Dover, 383 East Dunstable Road in Nashua. We're very eager to get this course going, and we can impress upon you how much this is going to benefit all of the families here in Nashua. And we hope you look at all your documents and everything and come to a favorable decision for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Sean Kennedy. I'm a resident at 10 Virginia Drive here in Nashua. I've only been playing for a few years, but like everyone said, the community's great. I just want to also note, a lot of people write their names and numbers on the discs, so I've found at least over 10 discs. My 2 years of playing, given a call or text, we'll do a meetup or just drop it off in a little lost and found bin. That's really how a lot of people get their discs back, because sometimes you just can't find your own. You know, I'm just saying, I'm probably one of the youngest people in this room. I'm only 24. And this is like, to me, this is a reason to stay in Nashua. My job's currently in Woburn, Mass, so I have to drive all the way there, but disc golf courses here, I want to stay here. I'd rather not live in Mass. I like the no income tax as someone who does taxes for a living. So it's just a reason to stay local, stay near my family, and it's just a very fun activity, so thank you.
Hello, my name is James Gratian. I live at 10 French Street. I'm just a dad of a couple kids. I've been playing disc golf for a few years, mostly casually. I just appreciate having something free that the kids can get out and do with me, even if we have like some, for what I've seen for trail usage, I've seen anything from, you know, just people going out for a lunch hour and doing a partial round, having something nice they can do. Not a lot of people out there, that sort of time. I've done the league before 1 year where, you know, you'll see quite a bit of people there weekly, and then I've also seen the bigger tournaments where in the parking lot they'll have trucks set up, people selling discs out of the back of their truck, and you know, bigger events going on, tents set up, all that, on a weekend here or there, 2 or 3 times a year. That's sort of what I see for expected usage at this sort of course. So it'll vary depending on the day, how many people will be out there, for sure. And I'd just like to state that I approve, or I support everything that everyone else has said, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jim Lewis. I'm from New Boston, New Hampshire. I retired at age 70 5 years ago, and I used to play small ball golf. And of course, the paychecks quit coming in after you retire, so I had to find something else to do. So I tried disc golf and fell in love with it. It's very addicting. I play in 2 leagues. I participate in tournaments in the area in disc golf, and one that I participated a lot in is the Nashville PALS organization. They come to Amherst, New Hampshire at Birch Park, where I play a lot. So I'm almost betting that they would love to have a disc golf course down here in Nashua to house their own organization and call it their own. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Bernice. I'm 399 Puneem Hill Road in Milford, New Hampshire. Also the owner of Union Square Disc Golf at 25 Union Square in Milford. Hugely in favor of the course for all of the reasons that have been said today. And I think one thing that is, I guess, needs to be said is that we, as players, truly do adhere to any rules that are set in front of us so that we still have the opportunity to play. So as this moves forward, really, however the city decides to set any boundaries for us as players, we adhere to them, just because we have the opportunity to play. And I don't think I've ever really been in a situation on a course where I couldn't get to a disc that may be in an inaccessible area, whether it be by a retriever or via another fairway. So it's never been really an issue that I've had. But if it was an inaccessible area set by the city, as players, we do adhere to that because we want to keep playing. So, thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Tony Martello. I live at 70 Arlington Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. Here to be in favor of the course. As somebody who's a Boy Scout, I go hiking, I go camping. I love the environment. I'm outside as much as I can be. Fell in love with the sport of disc golf because a lot of people describe it as just like hiking with a purpose. You know, you're hiking in nature because nature's a beautiful place. We love it. You know, to the point of I play in Pelham a lot. Someone took down a tree at some point. Within a week, there was another tree planted right in its place. You know, we take care of the course because we love it. We want the trees and everything to stay there. The second anything happens with those, it alters the course. It makes it easier. We don't want that. We want something to be challenging and hard. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is June Lemon. I live at 18 Manchester Street here in Nashua. I'm also Commissioner of Public Works. I've also written quite a lot about the parks in Nashua. There are, I think, something like 45 green spaces. Not all of them are big parks. They're little tiny places. And when I wrote that story, and when I continue to use the parks, one of the things that parks are designed for is to be used. They're not just green spaces that people go and look at and admire the greenery, though they do that too. They should be used, and they should be used by the public. I've been really moved by the passion of the disc golf players and their willingness to extend themselves just to get a place to play in our city. And they worked with a local nonprofit to bring the money in to do this. And just hearing them talk about the kind of people who are playing, everybody's playing, all ages, doesn't seem like you have to be a particular athlete. And I just want to applaud that these folks are coming forward and they're saying, we want to use our city park to benefit a lot of people for recreation, because that's what the city parks are for.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Manny Espitia, address 15 Hanover Street, Nashua, and I'm also a Commissioner of Public Works. I wanted to echo what everyone mentioned, also say that, you know, I believe this project hits all the requirements for the special exemption. I think, you know, accessibility is so important for folks, and, you know, as a former lacrosse player, as a current runner, and just know how expensive these sports can be, to have a sport that doesn't require, you know, $160 running shoes, or I just bought this $300 watch for running. You know, you don't need that. Disc golf is so much more accessible to the general public. This is something that folks can do. And one of the things I hear a lot about my generation especially is, you know, the lack of, you know, things to do in their community, that the feeling of loneliness. This is a community that seems incredibly welcoming and will be something that I think will add a lot of value to our community and will add a lot of value to Roby Park. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matty Gregg. I live at 4 Eastbrook Drive. I am also a commissioner on the Board of Public Works. I believe, actually having lived near a disc golf course and being an avid runner and hiker, I have noticed that disc golf is a lot less intrusive on all of the sports that I love, hiking and running, than any other sport. But I did want to make sure and understand and know if anyone had experienced any sort of, like, you know, mixed use conflict with disc golf. So I looked where everybody should look, which is the internet, and I looked on specifically Reddit. And on Reddit, they said there was this subject line that I had to look into that said, "Disc golf has ruined hiking." And so I looked into it because I really wanted to understand what is the prevailing view that disc golf could ruin hiking. And apparently, the entire subreddit of that, or the entire Reddit comments, were hikers that became disc golf players. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I am definitely in favor of this disc golf course because of the footprint, because of the price, and because of the land use. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Byers. I'm the Recreation Administrator for the City of Nashua, and I'm also a resident. So from the recreation perspective, this is there's not enough positive adjectives I can use to how important a disc golf course would be for the residents in our city, just like our pools. A lot of our underprivileged kids, they don't have a lot, and this would just be another tool in our arsenal to provide something for our residents. Also, I have sat through endless meetings over the last 2 to 3 years about the disc golf course. I know way more than I want to about topography, water, animals. Well, I do love animals. I don't mind that portion of it. But so based on that, the minimal impact this is going to put on this park, which most people, I've lived in the South End for 30-something years. I didn't even know there were trails in these wooded areas. I didn't know that was part of the park. But the minimal impact on this park, which is important to me, and it is minimal, is the value we're going to get this for our residents so much outweighs the minimal impact. And if it was truly going to hurt the park, Public Works would not proceed with this project. That we're not in the business of ruining our parks. We have a superintendent who is rabid about his parks and maintaining them and preserving them for everybody. And we're all in agreement after, again, endless meetings about this project, that the impact is extremely minimal and the benefit is extremely high for our residents. So thank you for this opportunity. I think that summed it up. I think I'm in your last one.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Perlman of 77 Riverwalk Way in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I happen to have law offices here in Nashua. I'm testifying as a witness because since I got involved with this many months ago with this project, my wife and I, before she broke her shoulder, we took a bunch of walks on parks, and we walked, and when I say we walked a distance, all 18 holes and 9 holes in some instances. We walked the Lake Louisa Disc Golf Park in Milford, Mass., the Dacey Field Disc Golf Park in Franklin, Mass., the Hollows Park North and South. Manchester has 2 18-hole courses abutting one another, the north-south and the north-south. And we also walked, as best we could, the Roby Park. And my testimony to this board is all these parks have 4 things in common. They're all wet. All the players are respectful. I'll come back to this, right? All have families on them. And there's always a noticeable community of disc golf players, right? So Roby Park is no different from the Hollows. It's no different from these other courses that we've walked. It's all wet. And all these courses have different levels of bridging. Some have bridges, some don't. Some are tromping and wetland. Others are much more developed and you have nice bridges. All of them have some type of boundary system, either markers or ropes, and they all work. And I didn't see any footprints in muck or anywhere. You know, there's a lot of respect among the disc golf community. When I say there's a lot of respect among the disc golf community, I wasn't throwing disc. We were just walking, and we would simply say, "Hey, we're walking. Is that okay? Take your time." Right? No big deal, right? So there's no reason to think that people walking the trails in Roby Park can't coexist with people playing disc golf. Time and time and again, there were families, all ages. There would be older folks and their 30-year-old kids. There would be 30-year-old kids and their children out walking the park. This is, I see nothing but a benefit to the community. And there's such a, you've heard the theme tonight, that there's such a community in this disc golf that these folks are all into it. And there's a community where, for example, the Bruces, you heard from Norma Bruce, who owns the Breaking Chains, and her husband. When I talked to them up in Manchester, they were hosting a tournament, and they said, yeah, you know, if we call the troops in, we say there's no golf today, it's a cleanup day. They'll get 30, 40 people to walk the course and clean up you know, anything on the course. And when you walk these courses, they're immaculate. There's not a cigarette butt, there's no junk, there's no soda cans or anything. Just such a level of respect that I saw just walking and taking notes and just observing. So, you know, it'd be hard pressed to find 20, 25 acres without wetlands. They all have them, and we've done our absolute best to minimize those impacts with the plan laid out by the city plans. Mr. Quigley working with the Conservation Commission. So I'm open for questions. Otherwise, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I think anyone else? I think we're good.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thankfully, we didn't take up the full time. So we'll now seek testimony for opposition, questions, or concerns. It's approximately 8:40. We'll take that testimony all the way up until 9:40 if needed. I'm hoping we don't need that much time, but anybody that would like to speak with questions, concerns, or opposition can come forward now. Come on up, sir.
Hello, Phil Marino, 9 Southgate Drive.
Maybe you might want to raise that. And also, that just for anybody, that mic is removable if anybody wants to handhold.
My name is Phil Marino. I live at 9 Southgate Drive here in Nashua. I just wanted to point out a few facts about the plans that nobody mentioned, but they said there's minimal impact about the wetlands. They said there's not going to, there's bridges going over existing walkways. There's 5 bridges going across the wetlands without any trails there now. So I just wanted to point that out. We've been talking about minimal invasion. The scientists over here said that the bridges are going to be built where there are existing trails. There are no trails on those first 5 bridges. The trails go all the way around and there's one little bridge that goes across one wetland. The existing trails stay away from the wetland as it should. I have nothing against Frisbee golf. I would love to play it, but I just think about the facts. It is probably great for the community, but the facts are that there is not minimal damage to the wetlands. They're going across, they're building 5 bridges. They said there are no structures against the codes. Bridges are structures. If you want to build a good foundation to go over that bridge, to go over that river, you need a big wide space for a foundation. You're going to do some clearing. And that's all I just wanted to say. I just wanted to state some of the facts about the park. If anybody has any questions about the existing park, I'm available. So that's it.
Mr. Sylvia.
This is a question for you or anyone else that's in opposition. Do you know how large the bridges will be?
I do not, no, but I know there is a good amount of a flood zone there, and in the wintertime, I throw on my snowshoes, I walk through the whole area that you normally don't trample on when everything's frozen. It's a beautiful place, and it won't be the same. And there's nesting birds. I actually heard a whippoorwill like the first couple of years I've lived in there. It's a pretty amazing sight, but I agree. It would be nice for a nice park for the community to use, but I don't think it's the right spot.
Can I rephrase my question? Do you know how much space would be disturbed?
The space that is already disturbed, there are no trails there. How much space would be? No, I don't play. I don't play the game. It's similar to a golf course, but that's a question for the pros.
Okay, we'll ask them too later.
Mr. Neely.
So I think I heard you say you're normally in those trails?
Yes.
So you've seen all the markings back there now, as far as where all the holes are going to be and how it's all laid out?
For the most part, yeah. I'm sure not all of it, but
yeah, it's pretty extensive.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've been down there, you've seen quite a bit of markings. So
yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you've seen that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we're set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Sarno, 15 Rocky Hill Drive, Nashua. I am a member of the Conservation Commission and would like to share with you tonight my reasons for voting to give this proposal an unfavorable recommendation. As we know, the city, through its ordinances, recognizes the importance of protecting wetlands and their buffers. This is because buffers help protect the quality and function of a wetland. And buffers include trees, shrubs, ground cover, and leaf litter, and these help filter contaminants and slow stormwater runoff. You've seen the GOV report, which identifies 3 wetland complexes. Wetland Complex A is the stream that flows through the middle of the property. This area is described in the report as having the character of a narrow valley with steep slopes flowing down to the southerly flowing stream. The proposed disc golf course includes 5 fairways that cross the stream within 600 feet in this Complex A, which the gentleman before me was just referring to. These are not existing trails, they're new fairways. These fairways will require navigating a slope down to the stream and then up the other side. The whole 3 fairway is particularly steep, and the basket is just outside the buffer at the top of the hill. Trails or disc golf fairways that crisscross a wetland and buffer will lead to soil compaction and erosion, and thus negatively impact water quality. I'm concerned that discs may not get all the way across the wetland and the buffer with one throw. The disc may land in the wetland or buffer. The golfer must retrieve the disc and throw it again. Some golfers will have a retrieval device. Some will not. Depending on where the disc lands, they may be out of position to conveniently use the bridge to cross the wetland. So this may lead them to walk directly across the wetland to retrieve the disc that may be on the other side. We know that the city didn't recognize this as a wetland when they began construction, so I think it's a big ask that well-intentioned folks will always recognize a wetland for a wetland, particularly this stream, which sometimes is dry. So I think there could be crossing outside of intended paths. The Conservation Commission did visit other golf courses, including the Hollows, which has been mentioned a couple of times here tonight as an example of a good course. We actually had a different perspective on it. What we found there in the wetland crossings was we found a lot of erosion and a lot of evidence of folks just crossing directly without using bridges that were in place. We had some very nice representatives of the disc golf community with us at the time, and they explained that this is because this would be expected because this is the most used disc golf course in New Hampshire. So it gets a lot of use, so you're going to get more degradation. So on our course, there are a total of 10 fairways that cross or run parallel to a wetland or buffer in this project. To me, it's clear that the plan was developed and implementation begun without regard to wetlands or wetland buffers. That's supported by Mr. Quigley's testimony that he was brought in after construction had begun. The city's application states that the benefit of having another city-sponsored recreational activity outweighs the wetland and buffer impact proposed.
Ms. Sarno, you only have about a half a minute.
Okay. I respectfully disagree and believe that the Roby site is unsuitable for an 18-hole course because of the impact on wetlands and buffers. I do believe the site may be more suitable for a family-friendly 9-hole course, which, if well-designed, would have much less impact on wetlands and buffers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Mr. Sodi?
I'm fairly new to this whole thing. I'm learning a lot about disc golf here. How did the city not know that this area was wetland when they started?
I'm not really sure. I did view the Department of Public Works recording of the meeting where this was approved, and in the slideshow, I saw a slide that clearly showed a wet area, a stream running through a map that showed that. I can't explain that. You'd have to ask someone else.
It was mentioned earlier that since the CONSCOM meeting in December that they've reached out. Can you talk a little bit about that? Or am I mistaken in what I heard?
I heard some testimony that perhaps they reached out to the chair, Sherry Dutsey. I haven't heard anything further about disc golf.
Thank you.
Mr. Mueller?
So we had received recently emails from multiple folks from the Conservation Commission. Did you write one of those emails, or you?
I did, yes.
You did, okay.
I wrote an email before the first proposed hearing because I was traveling at that time. So I'm here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Good evening. My name's Tim Rolick. I live at 9 St. James Place in Oak Hill Condominiums in Nashua. I live right outside the park, and I walk those trails every day, every morning and every evening with my dog. You can see where they cut down trees already to open up, and when people said they aren't impressed, there's a lot of animals back there. There's little baby coyotes, deer, rabbits, foxes. A lot of those trees took almost a century to grow, and you're just going to cut them down. And just, a lot of those animals can't say anything, and I'll say something for them. There's a lot of life back there. And if you go back there and you cut away that, you're going to take away those animals' homes. I feel lucky having all those 55 acres right outside my apartment. I don't feel lucky living in an apartment, but when I go out and I have those woods to walk with my dog, when I get home and in the morning, it makes me feel lucky. And I would hate those woods to go away. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Yana Irma. I sent you a long letter last week, so I was going to just go over a couple of those points again. I live at 10 Mountain Laurels Drive in the Sky Meadow development, which abuts the park. And I am an architect with over 26 years of experience, most of it on large mixed-use development projects centered on public spaces. It is from this experience that I speak. I want to point out a couple in response to what some other people were saying about being neat. I actually found a survey that said that that disc golfers say that litter is their biggest concern on the course. So there clearly must be trash if that is their biggest concern, more than hitting trees. And about it being a family-friendly activity, I also did a little bit of research based on the golf course around, the real golf course that surrounds our development. I saw that people drink while driving the caddies, and there are a lot of beer cans and the trash cans in next to it. And so I thought, let's look to see if this also happens in disc golf, and it does. So there is a drinking culture in disc golf. I found 3 Reddit threads that discuss that, in a business that was started called Drink Gulp for drinking games. Okay. I'm concerned that the city is pushing forward a project which will not only damage the wetland and forest, but also cost us taxpayers a lot of money while bringing nothing in return other than potential lawsuits. This neighborhood park lacks the infrastructure to be designated a regional park. It doesn't have permanent restrooms with running water. It doesn't have a checkout building or any city personnel monitoring the site, and it doesn't have supporting retail, which might bring back some of the money spent on building out and maintaining this very large course. In my letter to you last week, I pointed to decades-old research describing the extent of damage done to forests by disc golf. I just put 4 research papers in there, but there are a lot more. That, together with the fact that this course is designed so that more than half of the game is played throwing discs directly across the wetland and stream, with hundreds of discs possibly landing by mistake in the stream on a tournament day. Say 20% of the people miss on 10 of those courses, that would be 200 discs if 100 players play that they have to take out. And not everybody uses that. Some people use a claw that kind of drags the disc, and a lot of players just don't carry them. And we're not going to have a checkout building here to distribute those out. The disc golf course proposed for Roby Park has been designed by someone who lacks accredited professional experience. Avery Jenkins may be a great disc golf player, and so he may know how to design a course for the best player experience, but he is not a licensed landscape architect or civil engineer. For this reason, legal information regarding codes and life safety has been left out of the drawings, and nobody in Public Works or in Parks and Recreation has stepped to fill it in. If it were there, this information would show greater impact on the wetland. For example, there is nothing in the proposal drawings on stormwater management, drainage, or erosion, even though the design calls for removing almost an acre of plants. I'm so nervous. whose roots hold the soil in place. This steep site acts as a basin to catch and move rainwater down to the stream. It's like that. So the whole, all the soil there is wet, and it's soggy most of the time because it rains frequently. At holes 1 and 18, where the construction was already carried out in 2021 and 2022 preemptive of permitting, the forest just looks trashed. The path widens amorphously, the ground is muddy, and invasive grasses have moved in. Silt socks and wood planks, which someone could twist their ankle on, have been laid down. More recently, wood chips have been added to make it look dry, but with more rain and use, the wood chips will just sink into the mud. Strollers, wheelchairs, and emergency equipment will definitely not be able to roll over those paths. There is nothing in the proposal on emergency access. What happens if a person has a heart attack or is badly injured all the way up at holes 9 and 10, all the way up in the corner?
Just, you only have a little bit of time left.
Oh, okay. There's nothing in the proposal on ADA access. No accessible paths are shown, and from the parking lots or on the site, and accessible paths can only be a maximum of 5% slope, and this is a very steep terrain, so I don't see how you can put those in at all. And although there are 9 bridges in the proposal, nobody has bothered to design them for this site. The log bridges have been downloaded for free from a forestry website. Their generic foundation details don't seem to fit in the depth. It's very shallow, actually, and they look deeper than that, so they're going to have to be placed on top. If they're placed on top, you're going to need ramps for strollers and wheelchairs to get up to them. So this thing is kind of like growing because it hasn't really, I think it hasn't been really thought through, the design.
Thank
It's
you.
underdeveloped, is what I would say.
Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Marks. I live on 10 Mountain Laurels here in Nashua. The woman who spoke earlier for the proposal was correct. Parks should be used, but wetlands should not be. I want to start out by quoting the gentleman that dialed in earlier tonight. He said there'll be a couple thousand golfers per month who will be driving to Roby Park to play disc golf there. He also said it will be one of the most popular golf courses in the Northeast. Traffic on Spitbrook and East Dunstable Road, that intersection, is already busy. It took me tonight, I counted, I'd have to take a left on Spitbrook. It was around 6 o'clock to get here. It took me over 20 seconds to take a left on Spitbrook Road. Remember, on Spitbrook Road, there's 2 senior living facilities. There's Worldwide Academy across in the park that has children there, and then they have a church. I feel people are glossing over the parking issue. Mr. Naley, you had mentioned, parking in the first proposal tonight. If you go to Roby Park on the weekends, people park in both the upper and lower lots. They're on both sides of the street, on the street, and they're over in the church parking lot too. So it's already at capacity, and now we're going to be adding more people to it. Where are people going to go to the bathroom? There's 2 porta potties there already, and that's not enough just to suffice the softball games and families going to the park themselves. Who's going to police the area at night? And what about handicap access? I don't know the American Disabilities Act, but I didn't hear anybody talk about handicap access to the disc golf facility. So finally, I just want to ask you to use common sense. Putting a golf course on wetlands is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Boothby-Gualco. I live on 20 Nut Street. I grew up in the Bicentennial School District, so Roby Park has a really big part of my heart in it. I spent my childhood sledding down those hills, and I spent my teenagehood and young adulthood walking those woods with my father and my dogs and my daughter. I'm a part-time mom. Well, no, that's not right. Full-time mom, part-time employee of the city of Nashua. I've worked for the city of Nashua for 7 years, and it's pretty great. But I know how hard it is to meet the expectations of our public. And as a mom who spends a lot of time with her daughter going to public parks in Nashua, unfortunately disappointed a lot of the time. Bathrooms are atrocious. There's no running water. Every so often, you have an upswing, and that's really, really nice. My public park, Fields Grove, just got a really beautiful rehab, but the wetlands haven't been cared for. There's constant mucky mud. The dam on the river underneath Main Street has apparently failed, and Pennachuck Waterworks hasn't fixed it yet. I try to just take these things in stride. Roby Park is really the gem of Nashua. If I talk to my fellow moms who live in southern New Hampshire, they'll drive 30 minutes to go to a really nice playground. And sometimes they'll come to Nashua, but usually it's going to Bedford or Wyndham, or I just went to Drake It today. They have a gorgeous splash pad. There was a mention of a splash pad in Nashua, and I don't think it's functioning. I was at Greeley Park recently. Their little pool isn't functioning. The infrastructure is just in need of help. It's in need of repair. So to bring 1,000 people to our gem that only has 2 porta potties and has a maxed out parking lot just doesn't make sense. I mean, the plans aren't there. Can we make the plans better? That would be great. Can we have like real bathrooms? That would be amazing. Like, it's disgusting, you know, and sending your daughter into a porta potty all by herself, and you're like, I know you got this, honey, but like, don't lock yourself in there. Don't find gross drug paraphernalia. I mean, there's stuff, and I don't want to shelter my child because I am proud of Nashua. I love living here, and I also think disc golf is pretty cool. I lived for about 2 years in Albuquerque, New Mexico, on a multi-use park that had disc golf, and I never had a problem. It was great. I walked my dog, I saw them play, it was cool. Trash cans would be overflowing all the time. I'm used to that too. We have it in Nashua. And again, like, I have an open mind to it, so, but then I found out about them putting it in the wetlands, and I thought, really? That's crazy. But you know what? I'm not a disc golfer. I didn't understand how intriguing it could be to be in the woods. The plans still don't support it. I mean, those wetlands are fragile. I walk through them, and they're beautiful. I just can't fathom, like, in that tight valley, having the course without a lot of destruction. And then I think back again to, you know, someone enjoying the woods. That's cool. Where are they going to the bathroom? One of my favorite hiking places is in Maine. It's called Tumble Down Mountain. I used to bring my friends up there. We'd go backpacking. It was super fun. But unfortunately, like so much of outdoor sports, it's super popular now. Everyone wants to do it. The state of Maine has closed down the camping on that mountain now. A place that my grandparents went, my parents went, I went. I can't go there now with my child because there's too much human feces in the woods. So again, we need bathrooms. I mean, if we want to embrace outdoor sports, which I'm all about because I like free. I bring my kids to playgrounds because it's free, because it's too expensive to live everywhere, and I like things that are free. So cool, like disc golf's free, but we need bathrooms for them. So like the city of Nashua really jumped the gun on this one. I'm disappointed that they started cutting down trees and didn't do their permitting. So please, if this goes forward, you have to take care of all of these other measures, the parking, the bathrooms, and the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name's David Boothby. I live at 12th Row Drive in Nashua. I've lived there for 30 years. And I am a pretty heavy user of the trail system at Roby Park. It's one of my favorite places. So I just want to address the board that you're being asked to approve a special exception. And one of the key parts, as I understand it, is approving or digesting and approving the wetland and wetland buffer adjustments encroachments affidavit. And it seems to me, reading this affidavit, that at least the first 4 points of the application here in this affidavit really, okay, let me step back a moment here. When you read these answers So, for example, right off the bat, number one, that the use or activity proposed and its attendant impacts cannot reasonably be avoided. Well, obviously, if you didn't do the project, you would avoid those impacts, right? And I'm not saying you necessarily should not do anything. I wanted to step back and say I'm speaking in opposition to an 18-hole course, specifically. So each one of the first 4 points in the affidavit says, oh, we have minimized, or we have chosen the wording like the minimal route, or the, that's the least damaging route. Well, clearly a 9-hole golf course would be less damaging, less impactful than an 18-hole. And there's all this very emotive testimony about the community and the family usage. Well, if I was a family user, I'm pretty sure I'd be quite happy with a 9-hole course that I could take my children on. And by virtue of it being a 9-hole course, it wouldn't attract the thousands of people that Avery Jenkins told us about. We don't really want thousands of people coming from all over the Northeast to Roby Park, do we? It was spoken of as an amenity for the citizens of Nashua primarily. So if you made it a 9-hole course, that would serve Nashuans without attracting people from Boston, necessarily. So I just think, particularly the first 4 points of the affidavit, where the applicants are claiming to be minimizing impact. They claim to be choosing least impactful approach and route. But that really isn't true, because they've insisted on 18 holes, which really kind of maxes out the possible usage of that land. You look at the whole map, they've every inch, they've gone to every nook and cranny of the property. And if they were to scale it back to 9 holes, they could greatly reduce the wetland impacts, greatly reduce the intensivity of the site usage, still have a really beautiful recreational resource for the families of Nashua, but not attract thousands of people from all over the Northeast. So that would be my, and frankly, for me, selfishly, I'd love it to just stay completely undeveloped. But I do understand this whole recreational pull, and it sounds very compelling. So I think there could be a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Vincent, 100 Turkey Hill Road in Merrimack. I own a unit at Oak Hill Condominiums that abuts Roby Park. I used to live there. Try to keep this short. I've got 3 concerns, that being parking, traffic, and the character of the neighborhood. As far as parking, as one of the previous gentlemen stated, if you drive past there on a weekend, there are already people parked along Spitbrook Road. Makes it really hard to pull out of Oak Hill because it hurts the visibility. So I feel like there's already a parking issue there, especially with the lower lot. Adding more uses to that park, it's only going to make that parking issue worse. Traffic, we talk about the large number of participants in these tournaments, officials, spectators, vendors, and on the application I know it said it would have no effect on the traffic. I can't see how that would possibly have no effect on the traffic. Finally, the character of the neighborhood. There are 5 buildings that are part of Oak Hill that face onto where the proposed course is. Each one of those buildings on that side of the building has, each one of those has 12 units. So 5 times 12, there's basically 60 units in Oak Hill that are going to directly face onto where this proposed course is. I know the hours were listed on the application as 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week. Being someone who, at least when I lived there, liked to sleep past 7 a.m. on the weekends, I would think the sound of clanking chains and people cheering at 7 a.m. would negatively affect the character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jennifer McGregor, and I live on Hydrangea Road in Nashua. And everyone has spoken so beautifully about this already on my points, but I am very much against going into our wetlands and making them and destroying them, which is what this sounds like. And I'll just, one experience that I have that doesn't have to do with Roby Park, but I walk every day in the Dunstable Land Trust, and every day I come out with a garbage bag full of trash. So if you're going to have a disc golf course that's going to invite people from all over the place, and you have to bus them in from the Sheraton and have tents set up with vendors, there is going to be so much trash and disruption there, because if you don't think there is, then you don't know human nature. It's the way it is. So it would be a shame to take a pristine, beautiful wetlands and turn it into, turn it into a disc golf course. So I'm very much against it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Lou Sozek, 15 Rocky Hill Drive, Nashua. I'm a conservation biologist and very familiar with the need to manage humans in nature and protecting the natural elements for the benefit of the wildlife and plants that live there. Others have mentioned the wetland buffer disturbances. I don't think I need to go over them again, but I read the application and wanted to emphasize the importance of passive recreation. And the application says disc golf is a passive recreational activity. I disagree with that. Passive recreation needs nothing more than occasional trail maintenance, not building bridges, building pads for the baskets and the tees. And then, as other people have mentioned, it's going to need more bathrooms and more support structures like that. And a few people have mentioned that they actively use the trails. I disagree that there would not be any impact on the current users of the trails if a disc golf course were put there. People go onto the trail system to walk, to think, to have solitude, to just escape from all the craziness in the world. And here they are, they're now going to be walking and have to stop or wait and adjust with one of the disc golfers who's throwing the discs around. I don't disagree that the disc golfers will be generous and try to accommodate them, but it'll change the whole character of that little, what people have called that little gem in Roby Park. I used to live in at Oak Hill condominium, so I know that area really well. And I think the disc golf course would displace the hikers and the people who are going out there to find just a little solitude. And I just think that disc golf is incompatible with a multi-use scenario. And disc golf sounds like a lot of fun, but I don't think Roby Park is the place to do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have
Denise Mucioli, 6 Midhurst. If I ask some questions, does that count as part of my 5 minutes? Because there's some things in the application that are not clear and that are not answered completely, and I don't think it's a complete application.
Yeah, that is part of your testimony,
Okay.
and it's
Can
something
I-
that the applicant can address, so.
Okay. Can I give you guys a handout
Yes.
to show a couple of little, I think I got enough for everybody, thank you. So, I have got Roby Park at Oak Hill. I am the person that reported the illegal tree cutting, the wetland impacts to the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, Wetlands Division. As you'll see in your packet, there's a letter from them basically giving the city a slap on the wrist, a slap on the wrist about the wetland impaction. Now, proponents say the wetland impaction is going to be minimal. That's not true. It may be minimal originally, but as it gets used, people walking through it, it's not going to be minimal. There's many courses that have been opened and closed due to environmental concerns, due to neighbor complaints. My question for the developer or whoever can answer it is, it says 10 trips a day. It says 10 trips. Is that 10 trips a day or a week? It's not clear in the application. I don't see anything that says that there is a permit pending with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Wetland Division. Don't see anything like that. The Natural Heritage Bureau permit expired in September 30th of 2023. There could be endangered species living there now. I have seen what I believe is New England cottontail, which is a species of great concern. They're different than the other cottontails that you see all over the place. They've got different features. I'm not going to go into that. No, the city has not done any type of a risk assessment. There are injuries in disc golf. There are. And I personally don't want to get hit in the head with a disc going 80 miles an hour. I don't agree that this falls under the category of golf. Golf is played in a wide open atmosphere, not behind trees, not where you can't see people coming. And as somebody said, there's retirement communities. If somebody has a hearing impairment, if somebody has a mobility impairment or a low vision, they're going to have trouble knowing that there's other people on the course. I'm also a activist for rights of nature. This is a growing trend, growing as fast as disc golf is, where people are fighting for nature, for the voice of nature. There's countries passing laws, there's lawsuits because, people are doing things like this. Let's see what else I got. So I was at many meetings as well. And I just want to point out something that it was an unfavorable ruling from the Conservation Commission. I think much to Matt Sullivan's dismay. It was an unfavorable. Doesn't matter if it was 2-2. The result is unfavorable. I know that Commissioner Sarno did speak, but I want to state that Commissioner Crook, and I'm reading from the minutes, Commissioner Crook said he shared this plan with disc golf players and players who are wetland scientists. He has shared his concerns with them, and what they have said is holes 17, 16, 15, 3, and 4 are too close together, and that it doesn't make sense from a disc golf and wetland impacts standpoint. Gloria McCarthy did she's an alternate on Conservation Commission. She recited the best practices throwing over water and said even though bridges crossing the wetlands, the PDGA recommends making a path to the water to get your disc out of the stream. That is a wetland impact. In your package, you're going to see screenshots that I took from, I think it was a Pelham disc golf page, and you can see all of those discs that were fished out of the water. So many people didn't have those fancy magic sticks to get their disc out of their water. Some guy went and got all of their disc out of their water for them. You'll see discs thrown everywhere. Let me talk briefly about garbage. A couple of weeks ago, there was two leagues playing. The garbage was overflowing.
Your time is almost up.
For 3 or 4 days, and I had to get DPW to come down and pick it up. Spread out everywhere. Dangerous to animals, disgusting, bringing rodents and all of that stuff. So I am deeply opposed to it. And one quick thing, and the master plan encourages the protection of wildlife habitats through improved land use regulations. It's to ensure that an adequate amount of open space is set aside for the enjoyment of citizens as a relief from the built environment and wildlife habitat. Unlike what Mr. Jenkins said, he said Roby Park has little to no value. That's untrue, because it has value to many people that have been using it. I've been using it for 30 years. Thank you for your time and patiently listening to us all.
Thank you.
I'll do this. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, members of the Zoning Board and Mr. Chairman. My name is David Heath. I'm a resident of Nashua at 4 Southgate Drive in Nashua. I moved to Nashua out of college in 1976 and lived in and around Nashua ever since, and worked and built my businesses in Nashua going on 50 years. I don't know how that happened. Roby Park, and in particular this parcel being considered tonight, is a gem. It's a gem I don't believe should be broken up into 18 pieces, but a gem to be preserved for future generations so that we and others may enjoy and appreciate what little nature remains in our city. Just up the road, recently, there's been apparently plans to build houses, and a complete clear cut took place, which is fine. I mean, I guess that's what can happen at a place where it used to be Camp Doucette for the Boys and Girls Club. And so all that stuff is going away, and we just got to be careful not to continue. We need to preserve everything we can to keep the Nashua the place it is. And I don't want to get into a debate as to whether disc golf is. I don't really care. I mean, disc golf is. A lot of people enjoy it. That's great. I just don't think it. Whether they're probably very respectful and very considerate of the environment. I can't debate that. I'm not going to. But I just don't feel that it belongs at Roby Park. I mean, I've played regular golf, sadly, for many years. I grew up learning how to play in a municipal park in Hartford, and I played Pebble Beach. I played, Torrey Pines, not very well, and I've been playing a lot of golf, in between. And I'm still amazed at how the golfers will do anything to retrieve their $1.50 golf ball out of wherever it is. And I got to believe that a lot of the disc golfers are going to be a little bit more vigilant trying to find a $6 disc. I understand the retrievers and everything, but what if you can't see it? Again, these are all things that are brought up before, so I don't want to belabor that part. But I guess I have more questions than real testimony. It's more, you've heard a lot of the plans to, be very respectful of the environment, be very respectful of trash, and make sure that things don't get out of control. But okay, who's going to monitor that? Who's going to enforce it? Who's going to pay attention to any kind of wetlands infringement? Who's going to maintain the trails and the fairways? I've heard that the trails in that park now are somewhat in disrepair. The bridge is not all that great. Well, the city has chosen not to maintain it now. How are they going to maintain it going forward? And again, that is a wetlands thing, but indirectly. So I just want to be sure that this board considers that not just the current benefit, maybe, perhaps, of the community, but more importantly, the long-term or downstream effect of permanently changing the dynamic of that area. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Ed Davis, 126 Peel Road. I am the president of the Oak Hill Condominium Association. We are, as a group, not in favor of this. We're worried about the noise, especially the extra people, the traffic. 7 in the morning till 10 at night, I think is kind of nuts. I don't know why that couldn't be drastically reduced to 9 to 5. You can't shoot at my gun club at 7 o'clock in the morning, nor should you be able to. I mean, that's just intrusive, in our opinion. On a personal note, I had half a dozen kids hiking back there a couple weeks ago, and they were all excited to go back to their moms. And I said, their moms were like, "Wow, this is great. We didn't know this was here." I said, "Well, this is probably one of the last times you'll see it, because it's going to get drastically changed." So, on a personal note, I'm not in favor. And as the president of the Oak Hill Condominium Association, we'd have significant number of our residents affected by this, especially noise, where that's my primary concern. I think it's going to change how those folks, how they live, which I think is a shame. That's all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Oh, wait, hang on a second, sir. Mr. Sylvia?
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question for you. It's more of a question for Mr. Falk. Is that appropriate? Or?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, it's actually a comment. I asked him this earlier this week, and I believe we can't change the hours of the parks because it's in another part of the ordinance outside of the land use code. And if, Mr. Falk, could you say that, well, you told me for the record, just for everybody here?
The hours of operation are really not the purview of the zoning boards. That's part of the planning board or board of aldermen.
Okay.
It's not part of our discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Falk.
My name is Christina McKinley, 6 Southgate Drive, and my husband and I are the largest private owner abutters to Roby Park, so we're very familiar with the park as well as our own trails. What I've passed to you are some pictures. There are about 4 of each kind of different things. The first ones are trash, and that's trash that I myself pick up along East Dunstable Road on a regular basis. Some of my neighbors have seen the big bags and helped me gather it up to take it to the dump. Trash is a problem on East Dunstable Road right now, and so if that's what happens just right along East Dunstable Road on the Roby Park border, I can only imagine what's going to happen when the people who are responsible for picking up the trash are then having to try and do that throughout the acreage of this course. The next group of pictures are parking issues that related to the sledding hill. Took us years, and with the help of Alderman John Sullivan, we finally have gotten no parking signs all the way down East Dunstable Road to Southgate Drive, because on a regular basis, what you would see is what you see in those pictures. People parked on both sides of the street, unable to pass, 2 cars. It was dangerous for kids, impossible for our neighborhood, and what I can tell you with certainty is we see this all the time when the baseball games are happening or some event at the park. So we're now being told, based on this special exceptions criteria, that there are no parking issues. I don't know whether they think we're stupid or someone else has just never been there, but that is absolutely not true. The special exception issue with regard to traffic and congestion, we have had people from Oak Hill as well as from our neighborhood and others talking about the potential of putting in traffic lights because of the congestion, and you can't get out onto Spitbrook Road when there are events at Roby Park right now. So in terms of issues about character to the neighborhood, anyone who lives anywhere close to Roby Park knows that it's a struggle right now. So the focus on adding to that it just isn't well thought out. The next group of pictures are what you can see of how the Department of Public Works has paid attention to dead trees and so forth along the road. We have watched I've been here for 30 years, my husband for 50. I have never seen any attempt to keep, to do something about the limbs that are falling off right now. And that's when you can reach it with a bucket truck from the street. At the very least, if this were to go forward, we need some department, other than the Department of Public Works, to be in charge of maintaining this. And the focus was, I think somewhere written in here, that there would be sort of a now and then attempt to take care of this course. My husband and I have 18 acres that abuts, that is in New Hampshire, another 5 that goes into Dunstable. There is not a single week that we aren't out picking up fallen limbs and so forth in order to maintain our trails. We have many, many people that wander from Roby Park onto our property, which we have welcomed up until now, because the type of people that are coming are forest walkers. They are people who are going there specifically for, as I believe it was, I don't know, a lady who was talking about the character of people who are looking for that quiet solitude opportunity.
Your time is almost up.
It's just a very different type of person, and to suggest that that's not making use of the park is almost insulting. I just don't see any problem with disc golf. What I see is a problem of this location. It's a beautiful park. It could be used more than it is if someone had been focused on making it a place where children learn things about plants and animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Christina, my wife, and I've owned
I'm
the
sorry, your
land
name-
between.
Your name and address,
What?
please. Your name and
Bill
address.
Zebor is my name. I've had problems hearing this evening, but anyway, I own the land between Roby Park and the state line, Massachusetts state line, about 23 acres total. And I've owned some of that for over 50 years and built my house on it and so forth. So I have a lot of experience with the land. And I appreciate what everybody has said regarding the arguments against the park, the disc golf. And I just want to emphasize that I, on a daily basis, see the problems with skunk cabbage and ferns and things. We have thousands of ferns, lots, and you step on those and they're ruined for the season. And they protect the wetland, and the wetland is a very dominant part of the park. I mean, you can walk up and down on the trail without hitting real wetland, but 7 bridges are being talked about, and all this, it's just, it's going to ruin the land. I mean, basically, it's going to ruin the land, and I'm the abutter. It's going to flow into my land, and my skunk cabbage patch, I probably got a whole acre of skunk cabbage and ferns, and the ferns are this big, and we have thousands of ferns. And this kind of thing will be endangered, and there's nothing wrong with disc golf per se. It's just the wrong place for it. I mean, you wouldn't put a regular golf course on this land. You need an appropriate piece of land for a regular golf course or for a baseball field, like is on the other end of Roby Park. You can't put it in a wetland and try to, put a sport in a wetland. It just doesn't go. So that's my my argument. Thanks. Thanks, everybody, for
Thank you.
doing this.
Wait, can you hang on a minute, sir? Sir?
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry about that. So I'm one of the folks that's wanted onto your land, so thank you very much for keeping your trails the way they are.
Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it. I just want to hear you say definitively you think if this goes through, this will negatively affect your property. Is that your testimony tonight?
The name of my,
No. If this goes through, this will definitely negatively affect your property, correct?
the park would negatively affect my
Yes.
property.
Yes.
I mean, the disc golf.
Yes. Is that's correct?
By ruining the stream upstream, which flows through my property, and maybe I'm missing what?
If this goes through, will it negatively affect the property?
Yes,
Our property?
that's what
Thank
I'm
you.
finally got.
Yes.
Yes, it will
Thank you.
negatively affect the property, definitely.
And thank you for your assistance.
That's what I'm trying to say, but
Yes.
basically, yeah, you destroy the
I
registry.
think that's all he needed you to say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, negatively affect. In a big way.
Just one thing, when he was talking about the ferns and the cabbages,
Yeah,
those who don't
you're
know
not-
about
you're
that.
You're not in the mic, so.
Those who don't know about skunk cabbage, don't know about ferns,
The leaves are this big.
mature, we thought about bringing a sample because we're not sure people do. But our skunk cabbage can be as halfway up my thigh. Our ferns can be up to my waist. If you throw a disc and it goes into a skunk cabbage field, you will not be able to see it. It won't matter if you have a long stick, you won't see it. So you'll have to go tromping through, hunting for it, and by that time, you have spoiled at least 50 skunk cabbages with broken stems.
Yeah, and it's basically permanent damage.
So, yes, ruin our property too.
Is there anybody else to speak with questions, concerns, or opposition? We're actually very close to the end of the okay, there's still basically 5 minutes left, so.
Good evening. My name's Richard Widow at 23 Syracuse Road in Nashua, and I've lived in Nashua 38 years. And I'll be very brief. I know how late it's getting. I have always looked for places to walk where I can experience wildlife, plants, wildflowers. And there are 4 places in Nashua where it's possible. The Northwest Conservation Area is very remote from downtown, and it's very hard to get to, and it's not well marked. Mine Falls Park is so heavily used that you're lucky to see animals besides squirrels, chipmunks, dogs, and people. Joyce Park has a narrow trail along Salmon Brook where you can see waterfowl and animals live near the water, but there's no forest there. So this leaves Roby Park. Walkers have reported seeing bear, deer, bobcat, fisher, as well as smaller animals. There's a small stream running through the park, a beautiful glade of ferns in the wetland. And the wetland which offers habitat for a variety of wildlife. And because it connects with Dunstable, there's a corridor for wildlife to pass back and forth, which is very important to have a larger area for wildlife to live. And so I feel like Roby Park is definitely not a place to interfere, to make it even more unnatural. There's enough unnatural places in Nashua. And I think it'd be a shame to change the character of the park by cutting more trees and establishing disc golf fairways throughout the park. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody, there's still a couple minutes left. It looks like, though, we're done with, just want to make sure. Okay. Attorney Perlman, and let me just also note that, again, the way we normally work things is the applicant comes back for their rebuttal, but then those that are in opposition, you'll only be able to have one of you come up and speak for up to 5 minutes. So if there's somebody that definitely wants to do that, or you need to confer, we can give you a few minutes for that. But
If I may have like 2 minutes with my team, just to confer for 1 second.
okay, we can ask you. So,
Take a couple minute break then?
yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Okay, for everybody. Okay. We're going to, actually, we'll go on, we'll call it a 2-minute break, which will probably turn into 5, but everybody try to be back at 9:44. tricky part of the process, unfortunately.
Can I get extra points for life if you do this? I guess that's one way to get you. You continue to be.
I'm usually done by 9. I'm always up early. Or even earlier, so I went to yeah, whenever she's away from real life, she knows so I'm 5 o'clock, all right, we'll see you in a little while. Let's get the show on the road.
The stuff is not back in the room, and I just not seeing it. Okay.
He just walked by us and said, "Hey, you grab something." So she might go to the vending machine.
Okay, if we could try to bring it back now.
That's a coffee? Uh-oh.
Oh, is there a...
Hello?
If you gotta leave, I'll take over for Well, the other one seemed pretty short. There's only, one of them was happening, so there's only two more episodes, right?
Sorry, I've already tried for a couple minutes and I can't get anybody to respond, so. I know it's hard, but thank you. We are back. Actually, yes, perfect timing.
Mr. Chairman, members, let me try and answer a couple points, then I'll just have some wrap-up comments. There were questions about the, Andy Perlman again for the record, about the trails being used and the structures, the bridges being proposed. It is the intent of this plan, the intent of the applicant to use the existing trail network as much as possible. We are obviously installing fairways, cutting shrubs and whatnot, and installing new bridges where there aren't trails, but to the extent that we can use the trail network for the golf course, that is, we're going to do that as much as possible. The size of the bridges, there were bridge details in the plan packet, toward the back of the plan packet. It's very faint, very small, but they were the details of the bridges themselves that were part of the plan set. Part of the plan set, there was a comment that there was no, Avery Jenkins just designed this course willy-nilly. There was no civil engineer involved. That's not true. The plans were developed from Mr. Hudson's office. Mr. Hudson is a professional engineer with the city of Nashua, and you can see on the plans that the plans were developed by the city of Nashua under Mr. Hudson's leadership. There were many comments that we spoke of earlier, traffic and bathrooms and a lot of planning board issues that really can be addressed with planning. If there's parking issues, we spoke of at the outset. If there's parking issues, we would have to address those going forward with this application. There was a comment from Ms. Sarno and Mr. Boothby about why not do 9 holes. Well, that's not the application before you. The application before you is an 18-hole professional course that is being proposed by the city of Nashua. You know, you could do 9 holes, you could do 1 hole, and you'd have no impact, no wetland impact whatsoever, right? But that's not what's being proposed. There was great care and thought with respect to the 18 holes, and that's the application before the board. We believe that the 18 hole is a reasonable use of the property and meets the criteria for the wetland special exception. There was a comment, someone was concerned about the woods going away. There was a lot of, frankly, NIMBY comments about not in my backyard. I walk there every day with my dog. It's lovely, I'm sure it is, but this is a public park. This is not conservation land. One of the areas originally considered for this disc golf course was in the Udicki Farms fields. And that was proved to be too small because it would have had to touch onto the Terrell conservation land, and that created a whole other set of problems, and so we backed off that. This is not conservation land. This is a public park with some wetlands in the middle of it, and again, there's been no expert testimony to contradict what Mr. Quigley said, that there's virtually no impact to the wetlands with the plan as proposed. And you should also, don't forget that there's no direct wetland impact. There's no filling of any wetlands, or there's no trampling of any wetlands. Any wetland areas being bridged with the bridges, and we're just talking about buffer impact, not wetland impact, with the plan that's before you. You should also, please don't forget that this is, that what is being proposed is essentially a series of trails in the woods with the addition of tee boxes and disc baskets, right? This is what is being proposed is an improvement of the trails that are out there. The trails are out there, as I mentioned, you've seen pictures. There's trails out there that have just, as I mentioned earlier, 2x6s and just walking through wetlands. You know, we're looking to improve that. And with the bridge system.
Sorry, your time is actually almost up.
Okay, with the bridge system, with the signs that direct people toward the bridges, we don't see that there's any adverse impact to this, to the wetland areas, to the wetland buffers. And again, we don't see, there was comment that we're ruining the land. We don't see that whatsoever. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's been a long night, so
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Does the board have any questions?
To my question earlier, do you know, in regard to the bridges, do you know how much square footage is going to be impacted in terms of that?
I don't have that specific number. Originally, there were 6 bridges being proposed. The bridges are not large bridges. They're not like 30-foot bridges. They're roughly 10-foot bridges and a couple of feet wide. Originally, there were 6 being proposed, but again, working with Conservation Commission, there are now 9 to further out of the wetlands, stay away from the wetlands altogether. They're not big bridges by any means.
Okay.
The concern the abutters had about trampling, the ferns and the skunk cabbage, could you kind of speak to that?
The design of the course is to have fairways cut fairly narrowly, like 10, 20 feet wide, and directing players toward the baskets, toward the bridges, and away from, and like skunk cabbages and those type of things, they would be considered out of bounds, right? And so the disc community is respectful of that. You've heard them all night long, that they would do their absolute best to, avoid going in there. Will there be, a 10-year-old kid running after a disc going into, ferns or whatnot? Of course there will, right? We know that. But we are designing this thing so we stay out of the buffer, out of the wetlands as much as possible.
Can you talk to the concerns about any emergencies in the wetland areas?
I'm saying it again.
Some of the people in opposition asked if someone had a heart attack in the middle of the course, what would happen?
Well, it's no different than any other park. It's no different from Mine Falls, right? The emergency services would have to find their way in there. They'd get a 911 call. They would follow the trail network either the disc trail or the errands trail that runs in there to access someone who needs some help. It's no different from any other park.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, there was some concern on the part of the opposition group as far as trying to figure out who was going to speak. If that, I don't know if that's resolved, or are you are we going to do any handoffs? I know there was a possibility.
Yeah, I'm gonna see where we go with it.
Okay.
Denise Musioli, 6 Midhurst.
And you only have the 5 minutes. so
Yep.
just-
Do I only get to speak about the points he just made, only get to rebut those, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the bridges to be ADA accessible would have to be 3 feet wide, that's one thing. I don't know what this is. As I stated, well, I don't know if he talked about that. All right, so someone else want to take it? Yeah, because
That's fine.
I don't.
Yeah. It's,
The bridges
and
right now-
sorry, just name and address.
Oh, Joanna Irma, 10 Mountain Laurels Drive.
Thank you.
I don't remember all the questions, but the bridges for ADA, they have to be 3 feet wide, so they would be about 4 feet wide, and then they look like they're 8 feet long. But as I was saying, they're going to be on top, so then you need ramps going to them. I mean, I can't calculate the length of the ramp, but 8 feet, maybe 6 foot on both sides, 8 plus 12, 20 feet long by 4. What is that, 80 square feet times 9? I'm tired. Anyway, going towards 1,000 square feet, the bridges and the ramps. And another question was, I forgot what the questions were. Oh, the difference, emergency rescue. So this is a park, it's no longer a forest, so different codes apply. Because you're putting it in the forest, but it falls under park design because you're designing a course. So the codes that any recreation park have would apply to this, and they don't apply to forest, because you can't. Nature's just considered nature, and so you have to do much less. Like you can have smaller bridges, you can have bigger gaps in the railings of the bridges, you can have a lot of steps, you don't have to have ADA accessibility, all this stuff, because nature was already there before us. But when you manipulate it like this, you have to do a lot more. And so what I was asking is, how can somebody get to the back of the park, emergency rescuers? They're going to be walking over like 6 bridges, up and down, difficult topography. You know, has that been looked into? Usually you want the vehicles to get pretty close. Like you want to have the ambulance pretty close, not to have to carry somebody, you know, over a difficult terrain. Do you remember? Oh.
Thank you. Attorney Perlman brought up a question
And wait,
about
sorry, name and address.
I'm sorry, David Heath, 4 Southgate. One of the concerns was you mentioned about how, you know, this is just I forget what you use, the buffer system, buffer zone versus the actual wetlands. On the plans, what I'm reading is every hole has an impact, and it lists the square footage of wetlands that's being disturbed. Not mitigated, not buffered, disturbed. And there's also a number of trees that are being cut and removed on each hole of that plan. And my quick calculation was somewhere in the vicinity of 200 trees in about an acre of land of wetlands. So if you add up all those numbers, that doesn't sound too minimal to me. So that was.
I do want to clarify, because
Sure.
and so, because it does get confusing. It's, the application is about for work in a critical wetland buffer.
Right.
It's not in the critical wetlands, and that's what the attorney was trying to say. So the difference is, you know, buffer is exactly that. It's what's adjacent to the actual wetland itself. So, so I just want some clarity for definition, because it all sounds like the same thing, but there's wetlands and there's wetland buffers.
So if I could ask then, the numbers on that plan for each hole, is that wetland buffer or is that wetlands?
It's wetland buffer, at least as defined and as advertised. There's no actual incursion into actual wetlands. So
I don't know how
that's,
they're gonna
you
do
know,
that.
and again, sometimes, in all those definitions, there's very clear aspects of how they get defined, but the application before us is about working in wetland buffer, not in wetlands themselves, so. Not to say, they're very important in their own right, so it's not to say that work in wetland buffers isn't perhaps just as important as the wetlands themselves, but I just want to try to help clarify.
Right, and thank you. And there's two pieces to this. There's the construction of it, which is, I guess, the buffer or parts of the wetlands, and there's the operations part of it. The operations part says how many people are going to be walking through that stuff. And so there's two big concerns there. One is somewhat quantifiable by the number of square footage on the plans. Some of it is a hope. So we got to minimize the hope. Thank you.
Got 30 seconds roughly, so.
Carol Sarno, 15 Rocky Hill Drive. Perhaps I didn't read this current application carefully enough, but I know the application that came before the Conservation Commission did show disturbance, albeit temporary disturbance in the wetland. There was disturbance in the wetland. When we did our walk, we noted at least one tree that had been felled within the wetland. So there is definitely disturbance currently with the work that has been done in the wetland.
And perhaps, I'm venturing into an area of uncertainty myself, but we were given a copy of the NHDES, letter, but so there might have been work that already has happened or incursion into wetland that's not what we're being asked to have any approval about. We're only being asked about the buffer. So, yeah, that's all I can kind of interpret from that. But.
Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, sir, we're out of time, and I already added as much leeway as I could with the testimony. Again, normally we only allow one person, but there's a lot of complications to this one. So that is the end of the public hearing, and now we open the public meeting. It'll just be the zoning board now. And Ms. Boras and Mr. Patrick will be the voting members, but all six of us will still discuss the case and kind of go through the process. So, would anybody like to start, or we kind of just go around the table as we often do?
So first of all, kudos to whoever did the get out the vote. 180 emails, and just doing a count of what we saw. Nashua residents, we had 36 yeses. Nashua residents, 21 noes, and folks that don't live in Nashua, 51 yeses. So great job to the disc community getting the vote out there. I am an avid outdoors person. I think I was sold on disc golf tonight. Listening to the testimony, sounds like a lot of fun. I know these trails very well. I know all the trails in all the parks in Nashua and surrounding communities very well. I did have a chance to go out and do a walkthrough multiple times. Once again, kudos to whoever marked out everything out in that area, because it is well marked out. You can see where all of the fairways, for lack of a better word, are going to be. Those trails back there, there are some more major trails, there's some minor trails, there's folks crossing, or trails that cross a river for, you just don't have a choice, you're jumping over rocks, there are some old 2x4s thrown back there. But it's pretty extensive. When you go for a walk back there and you see everything marked out, there's a lot of area that's going to be disturbed. We're here tonight just to talk about the wetlands and the perimeter around it. But there's going to be a significant change back there. There is a pretty significant change in topography back there from the front, I'll call it the front where you enter, all the way to the back as you get closer to the condo complex. You're kind of up, down, all around. It's really a fascinating area. There are a few things that caught my eye in the emails and then the testimony here tonight. Avery Jenkins led us off here tonight, and one thing that really caught my ear as he was talking was he talked about a popular course here, and I think he said Massachusetts, and he said one of his most popular course designs had wetlands on the perimeter. It was nowhere down the middle, And as I look at the plans up here, we've got, I still can't even keep count at this point how many bridges there are. I don't know how big they are. They're going back and forth right over where the river is. And as we go back and forth discussing, how big are the bridges, ADA, that's not where it needs to be. What I see is a Conservation Commission that voted against this. That's actually the first time I've seen that in my year and 3/4 that the Conservation Commission has voted against this. We received 2 emails, followed up by 1 testimony tonight from folks on the Conservation Commission about this case. Once again, the first time that I've seen that, so that tells me they were passionate enough to come to us again and say, hey, we're serious about this. I know it was 2-2, and there's definitely some things that are being muddied here a little bit, but that is a no vote. And when we have talked about anything in the wetland areas over the last 1.25 years or 1 3/4 years, every case that's come before us successfully was basically people going in there for safety reasons, i.e. moving trees because it's about to come down in a house, your house was threatened, people were threatened, but it was a get in and get out type thing. We had the folks from UNOS were here just a few weeks ago. They were here, we didn't like what we heard, they went back, they changed it, and once again came in with a plan to get in, get out, and more important, make it less intrusive into the wetlands from what they had originally talked about. We have a case later here tonight, just on paper. Once again, it's a get in there, get it fixed, get out. And so, quite frankly, I mean, there's a theme here that we shouldn't, in my opinion, and what I'm seeing and hearing from the residents here, we shouldn't be doing work in the wetlands if we don't need to. One of the gentlemen brought up a great point on the wetland special conditions. Number 1, that the use cannot reasonably be avoided. Of course it can. We don't have to put this here. So right there, in my mind, that is going to say that the special regulations are not fulfilled for this special exception. So for those reasons, I'm not in favor of this special exception.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher, you care to weigh in?
Sure. Again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. Appreciate hearing all the testimony. Learned some things I didn't know about disc golf, and learned some things about that corner of Nashua I didn't know about. Actually, it's kind of like a back road I take through Dunstable, and I come there on the days that the highway gets jammed up, and I just get off the highway just for a little peace of mind before I get home, kind of wind down. So I do appreciate what that area is. So again, I know what it is to travel down that road, and all that is definitely going to be addressed at the planning board stage. So again, like Mr. Neely spoke to, is we're here to look at the wetland buffer disturbance, the slight disturbance that needs to be done to do this project. So, again, looking at this land, as it was noted, unfortunately for those who are not don't want to see this happen, this is not conservation land. So, I mean, the city has every right to develop their land as they see fit. So, in this case, they've decided that they want to do a disc golf course, and so some crossings need to be done through at the wetland buffer areas. I haven't been on this board as long as, like you, Mr. Shaw, but I've been long enough to see other projects. And again, I don't base the decision on this because of something else, but it's just the experience. And I look at other projects that have been done in Nashua, things that have benefited us in different areas, and I don't have the breadth of experience that Mr. Shaw has, but certainly could name several locations that similar or more intrusive things have happened for the betterment. So I look at this as a whole. So I'm looking at what does the applicant come to the table with. Obviously, a lot of engineering went behind this. I give a lot of there's a lot of respect I give to the engineers because a lot of people don't understand that they our license and they're stamping their work. So which means is that they're just not going to put their mark behind something without being in jeopardy of losing their license type thing. So again, what I'm saying is, as a lay person that's not an engineer in this field, that I do respect what they bring to the table for design and what they bring. I know it's quite uncomfortable. We've seen many cases where land has been developed next to residential areas and people have a struggle with it. I certainly, if I was living somewhere and I enjoyed that nature, I would probably have a struggle with it, but because I've been on this board for many years, I do understand that the owner of the property has a right to develop that property. So again, going back to the wetland buffer, that for the special exception, I think simply what I have experienced, what I know, and what I've seen in the documentation, and what stipulations or what special conditions are being placed, and definitely there was a page there with some conditions. Again, being familiar with those things in the past, I would be comfortable with supporting this application. Now, my personal feelings on the park, I would love to see the park stay the way it is, but that's my personal feeling. Again, as Mr. Shaw stated, I'm here in a different capacity. I'm looking at whether I believe, that's why there's 5 voting members, because we each have our different view, which I believe that they've met the criteria. I believe that they have met the criteria. Doesn't mean that I love the project or I hate the project. I have to kind of devoid myself of that feeling. So with that, I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Mr. Sully?
Okay. I guess I should start off by apologizing for my phone, and I'm glad that Karina sends me those packets every week. I thought I didn't need them, but I guess I do now. We heard a lot of testimony tonight, both for support and oppose, and a lot of things were very interesting. Some things we couldn't take into account. In a way, I'm kind of the opposite of Mr. Boucher. I'd like to see this here, but I have some concerns. I am no longer the new guy on the board as of tonight, but I've seen more robust plans and other applications, and this seems like this would be the most robust plan we'd have, given that this is the most contentious thing we've had in the past few months. I would have liked to see more, and I'm concerned about some things, in particular, why it's not a 9-hole course versus an 18-hole course. I understand that it has to be a world-class course, but if it was 9 holes, then we wouldn't even be here. It would just not be over the wetlands. So, I would like to support this, but I'm not sure if I could. But then again, I guess I'm not voting, so it doesn't matter.
Ms. Burris?
Based on meeting the criteria, as my colleague Mr. Boucher stated, I would be in favor, based on meeting the criteria of what's being asked. So again, I'm in favor.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. So again, based on the criteria, I would also be in favor. Obviously, there are some significant concerns about trash, about traffic that the planning board will need to address. But I think in our limited scope and what this board can do, I would be supportive.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I've been finding myself struggling with this in lots of different ways, and very compelling testimony on both sides. And again, as I stated at one point, and Mr. Boucher, kind of noted, sometimes some of the stuff we kind of have to go and approve or not approve, despite what our own feelings might be about it. And actually, I find myself even seeing how I can kind of come down in a way on either side of the use cannot reasonably be avoided, because I feel like that is almost like a key pivot point in this case. And in one sense, almost to perhaps use your argument against you, Mr. Neal, is that this work is still being proposed to come in, do it, and be done and out. It's just that there's going to be usage that happens, and, some of it is going to be that there's now bridges in spots where there weren't and trails where there weren't, but there's not going to be active, ongoing impact to the wetland buffers. Now, at the same time, there's some argument that it's like, well, yeah, but there's now been some permanent changes that didn't have to be made. Mr. Boucher notes, like, the city is the owner of this land that wants to be able to develop their land as they see fit. The city, has management of the park and implement everything. So I find myself really kind of almost on that knife edge about this point, but I think ultimately I still do come down in favor of the application because I think that the criteria is still being met, but it's a tricky one. So
You're not alone, Mr. Shaw. I could have gone either way, too.
maybe I wish I could have been one not voting on this.
Tell you what, you can be the alternate next time.
Yeah. Is there any more discussion? Or I think it sounds like we actually have a majority, so would somebody like to make a motion? Want me to do it?
Yeah, if you could. I appreciate it.
So again, the description is City of Nashua owner, land, Spitbrook Road, Roby Park, Sheet B, Lot 2189. Request is for a special exception from Land Use Code, Section 190-115, to work in a critical wetland buffer to remove trees and brush, install 9 wooden pedestrian bridges, T-pads, disc chain baskets, directional signage, wetland markers, and trash barrels for a proposed 18-hole disc golf course. This is in the R18 zone, Ward 9. It is listed in the table of uses, as just noted, that's section 190-115. There has been a lot of testimony about, to the second point about whether or not it will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. The actual work itself will not be doing that. There's perhaps discussion that can be part of the planning board approval process that will cover the actual usage of the park in terms of the context, especially of parking and traffic. But this actual work itself that's being proposed is not going to cause those issues. There's no indication of any overloading of any of the public water drainage, sewer, or other municipal systems. Regarding the special regulations being fulfilled, those are the 9 wetland special conditions by the applicant's testimony. All 9 are being met. The board has touched on primarily, I think, the one of greatest concern being that the use cannot reasonably be avoided. And I think that, again, as with some of the discussion for the actual proposed usage of the disc golf course to be implemented, this work does need to be done for this limited time and basis. And then the final criteria is that it will not impair the integrity or be out of character with the neighborhood or be detrimental to health, morals, or welfare of residents. There's been various opinions about this, but certainly one significant aspect about this proposal is a greater usage of the park and opening up the park for greater access of the residents. So for those reasons, the special exception criteria are met, and I move to approve this special exception. And seconded by Mr. Boucher. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. Did we want to mention this?
Yes, thank you.
As reference?
Thank you. So there were the proposed conditions of approval, 7 of them that were in the materials, which regarding basically some of the items talked about, but the course monitoring, wetland boundary markers, invasive species management, the monitoring of the construction phase of the application, DPW consulted regarding wetland buffer stakes, Maintenance plan prepared by DPW prior to completion of construction. Supplemental plantings, if necessary, shall be native species installed in consultation with the New Hampshire licensed wetland specialist. So thank you for all. That's so the amended motion with that modified. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? All right. Mr. Neely?
Mr. Neely votes not in favor.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Ms. Boras?
Ms. Boris votes in favor.
Mr. Patrick?
I vote in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. That passes 4-1 with Mr. Neely in opposition. So there is a 30-day window of appeal that I've mentioned a couple times before. So there's that. If you have any questions about that, you can certainly contact Mr. Falk in the planning department. And otherwise, for the city and Rotary West, good luck with the project. And we'll give everybody just a moment to clear out of the room, but if you do have conversations, yeah, please just take those out into the hallway. I was going to try to wait until
Yeah. Want to pick up?
It's going to be easy. It's just empty out. That happened. 11 o'clock was 11. That was 10:30, 11 o'clock. I used to have 13, 14 cases. Some so this is.
Yeah, no, I definitely was glad I got to go. Yeah.
Definitely a tough one.
All right. And so those of you that were unfortunately found yourself on the agenda, but not in case 1 or 2, apologize for the long delay and your patience. Unfortunately, it's just the way it sometimes works out that we get one of these large cases before other cases that are oftentimes much quicker to get through. So we're finally moving to case number 3. I'll read that into the record. The owner is Granite State Children's Alliance, with the applicant being Hillsborough County Child Advocacy Center of Nashua. The address is 16 Broad Street, sheet 69, lot 62. The request is for a use variance from Land Use Code Section 190-15, Table 15-1, number 253, to allow for a social services use where it is not permitted in this zone, and that is, this property is in the GI zone, Ward 4. Welcome, Attorney Hollis.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Morgan Hollis. I'm an attorney with Gottesman & Hollis, 39 East Pearl Street. I'm here this evening. I'm representing the owner and the applicant, one and the same, the Granite State Children's Alliance, which is a nonprofit agency. With me this evening is Joy Barrett, who is the director. She's here to answer any questions if they come up. I'm going to give a very brief outline of what they do and then move quickly to the criteria. The agency currently has a facility in Nashua, which it has outgrown, and is moving to this new facility. In fact, they've already undertaken construction because a good portion of what they do is a permitted use under a lawfully pre-existing use of the site. The site itself was formerly, most recently, a law firm, and before that were professional offices, and it's been in existence since 1982 as office building and 1993 as a law office. Plans were approved by the planning board in those years for what is existing today, the building and the parking lot. There'll be no changes proposed. As I say, they're planning to move their offices there, and most of their offices are permitted. What they do in their offices is essentially a referral receiving agency which provides professional service of forensic interviews and for reports of neglected and abused children. So as neglected and abused children are reported by two various agencies, namely the police. So if you know of an abuse or a neglected situation, you would either call the police, DCYF. As those reports come in, they are then referred to this agency. This agency then performs a collective interview with other agencies. They are watching, listening, and gathering facts. This provides a comfortable interview for children in that kind of a situation. As Joy indicated to me, when I used to do this type of practice representing children in these situations, the interviews were conducted in police cars, police stations, sometimes on the street, sometimes in the home of where the abuser might be living. So this provides a very safe environment, and that is a professional interviewing service essentially that goes on. And that use is permitted, and that's what's going to go there. Typically, it's an interview by a professional, observed by necessary parties, including the police, DCYF, county attorney, and Bridges, among others. It's one family at a time. There are 4 slots per day, so it is not a service where you walk in and say, I need help. These are appointments. It's neutral party fact-finding. And over the years, what this agency has discovered is that the crucial missing element is after the interview takes place and there's a general consensus that these children need some immediate counseling, some immediate help for either the trauma they've seen or the trauma they've received. And then a referral is made out to a counseling agency, either a public agency, which provides that service, or a private counseling agency or person. But oftentimes those waits are 8 weeks or longer. So what they have done in several of their other agency buildings in other municipalities is provide direct in-house counseling. So when the interview is done, they can roll right to the counseling, and the counseling can take place in that building. It's a one-on-one counseling with a licensed counselor. That falls perilously close to social services, and after discussion with the city, it was determined that the safe way to go is to ask this board for relief. Social service is not a permitted use of property in the GI zone, and it is not part of the use that's grandfathered in there for prior use approvals. So the proposal is they would like to allow the use to meet with a clinician, that is, could be anywhere between 8 to 25 times, but it would be once per week. There would be between 8:30 and 6 p.m. There's roughly 4 employees that would take place in a rotating fashion, but mainly a clinician. One clinician would be responsible for this counseling. As I say, this is categorized in the social service by the nature of what they're doing. They're actually counseling children. The services are for free, but it is appointment only. It is not a walk-in like you might think of a typical social service, whether it's a counseling for mental handicap or whether it's providing food services or providing daycare. That's more of the social service, but what we're asking for is very specific. I'm going to cover the 5 criteria quickly. It's not contrary to the public interest. The proposed use is similar to the existing use of the professional offices that are taking place there. It's actually complementary to it. It might even be called accessory to it. It's also similar to other offices uses in the area, which right next door is the United Way. There are no social services, like, as I mentioned, are typically thought of as social services. It will not alter the character of the neighborhood because there's going to be no exterior change to the building. There's no interior change to the building. The offices are the offices. There's adequate parking on the site, and there's no change to that parking demand or parking facility. There's no burden on the area as far as traffic. and the site is serviced by water and sewer. Number two, the proposed use is in keeping with the spirit and intent of the ordinance. The spirit and intent of the ordinance, of course, is to protect property values and not adversely impact those that are there, the users that are already in existence. This use is a very minor use, but it's very similar to the permitted use and prior permitted uses. So it's not going to alter the character. It won't be a threat to public health, safety, or welfare, or anyone else. The immediate adjacent use, if you're traveling east on Broad Street, is, of course, Good Ales, which has the large parking area. That was formerly, for those who don't know, Whitney Screw Corporation, which is why this was all zoned GI. Probably inappropriately zoned now because there is no industrial, and you wouldn't want industrial in that site. Substantial justice will be served if the variance is granted and that there is no harm to the public which outweighs the gain to the applicant. In fact, there is no harm to the public. One can clearly argue if this use is permitted, there will be a gain to the public. Number four, will not diminish the values. The adjacent use on either side are more commercial in nature. You have the United Way, which is offices, and you have, of course, what was formerly Good Ales, the truck bike operation, and there are a number of other retail operations just on the other side of that. I also asked an independent appraisal, Chet Rogers, to view the property, which he did, analyze the proposed impact based upon the application and explanation of the proposed use, and his conclusion is, I opine that allowing this lot for social service use where water and sewer are available, where there are similar office uses, does not alter the character of the neighborhood, will not detract from the aesthetics of the area. The site is small but has ample parking, has been in non-conforming use for over 40 years. No abutters will notice any difference. In my opinion, granting the variance requested to allow use of the property for delivering social services in this location will not adversely affect the real estate values of the abutters or the neighborhood in general. And he has a number of pictures of the property attached to the report, which I think you all received. The final argument is hardship. We have to demonstrate this property is unique. I think we made that in the explanation, made that description. It's a professional office building. If you look at Mr. Rogers' picture, you can see it's surrounded by parking areas. It's also surrounded by commercial uses. There really isn't any GI use in this zone, so it's an oddity in and of itself, being the office building located right next to the commercial property. It can't really be used for GI in any normal fashion. The pre-existing use has been the same since 1982, so I think it's a unique property, and there really is no fair and substantial relationship to enforcing the ordinance, making one have GI or keep the non-conforming use as a professional office only, and the purpose of the ordinance, that is GI zone. There really isn't any relationship there between enforcing the GI zone on this particular property. So then we get down to, is this a reasonable use? Again, it's almost accessory to an existing approved use. With that, I think we've covered all 5 criteria, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions. I do have a brochure if anyone has any questions about the use, but I think I summarized it pretty well. And obviously, Joy is here if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Looks like we're set. Thank you. Is there anybody else here to testify regarding 16 Broad Street, in favor, that is? Anybody with questions, concerns, or opposition regarding 16 Broad Street? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, open the public meeting. To mix it up.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in favor. I think it's a wonderful organization and a great place for you to be able to help these kids. So I'll be voting yes.
Ms. Morris?
I'm also in favor.
I'm a little disappointed there was no mention of skunk cabbage in this presentation. Yeah, I'm in favor. There's no reason to be opposed to this from the presentation.
Again, I'm also in favor, again, pre-existing use as the applicant stated, as an office building, and they're requesting child services. So again, the description of that is certainly not a high impact at all compared to the other surrounding commercial properties that have been there, which would see way more use than I think this would see in this fashion here. So I'll support the application.
Thank you. Mr. Neely?
And I'm also in favor for the reasons as stated by my colleagues.
And kind of pretty much ditto that, so, yeah, I'm in support. And so voting on this case, I will be Mr. Sylvia and Mr. Patrick.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So,
I'll make a motion.
all right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the use variance for the Granite State Children's Alliance owner, Hillsborough County Child Advocacy, it's awful, I'm tired, Advocacy Center of Nashua applicant, 16 Broad Street, sheet 69, lot 62, requesting use variance from Land Use Code Section 190-15, Table 15-1, number 253, to allow for a social services use where it's not permitted in this zone. It's in the GI Zone, Ward 4. We believe that the variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property, given the special conditions of the property. Again, this is a pre-existing office building, and it is surrounded by other commercial properties, again, in the GI zone. So the special conditions are, besides being an office building, that this the uses in this zone has changed dramatically over the past decades. The benefits sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some other method reasonably feasible for the applicant to pursue other than the variance. It is within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. It will not adversely affect property values of surrounding parcels. It's not contrary to public interest, and substantial justice will be served. So again, I make a motion to approve the use variance.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? We'll just probably go for a voice vote here. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right. Case number 4 is Amy Lucia and Alex Gutierrez, owners, 123 Almont Street, sheet 50, lot 43, requesting a variance from Land Use Code Section 190-192, Section C, to exceed maximum driveway width 24 feet permitted, 24 feet existing. The request is to pave an additional 6 feet on the left side of the existing driveway for a total width of 30 feet. This is in the R9 zone, Ward 6. Welcome, if you could state your name and address for the record.
Alex Gutierrez, 123 Almont Street, Nashua. So I'm looking to expand my driveway additional 6 feet to 30 feet total. This came about on 2 parts. My daughter's turning 16, getting her license soon, and my parents surprised me, retired, sold their home, moved in with me. So I'm going from 2 cars to 5 cars. Currently, the size of the driveway, we can fit the cars, but it's blocking in other cars. When we want to get the cars that are blocked in, we have to pull out into Almont Street. Almont Street can get very busy. They drive pretty fast on Almont Street, especially when Bishop Girton is letting out. There is no off-street parking allowed in that neighborhood at all. So currently, the neighbors, all of our neighbors on Almont Street, we actually share each other's driveways. When people have guests over or landscaping trucks in a driveway, we're knocking on each other's doors and sharing each other's driveways. I would like this variance so that it will be safe for my parents to be able to pull in and pull out of the driveway. It will give us an opportunity to move the cars from closer to the house, inside of the driveway, instead of having to pull out onto Almont Street. And actually, I was talking to my neighbor who's 3 doors down about the problems we were having with the driveway and the parking, and he just recently got a variance to expand his driveway, which has seemed to work out very well for him. So I don't have much more information than that. I feel it's a safety issue to have to keep pulling out into that street.
All right, thank you. Does the board have any questions?
I would ask if your neighbors were okay with this, but it sounds like they are.
Yes, my neighbor right next to me, I talked to him about the 6 feet. His response was, oh, you can go right up into my property line, which is 21 feet. I don't need all that. The 6 feet is plenty. We all get along pretty well, and, you know, not having parking on the street and Bishop Girton, we all work together to kind of deal with that.
I guess that's good to know if you come back for another variance.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is anybody else here to speak in favor of the 123 Almont Street application? Anybody with questions, concerns, or opposition to 123 Almont Street? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and open the public meeting. We'll just kind of open up. Anybody have any concerns or comments?
I'm absolutely in favor of this application. It's my neighborhood. And I was here when we approved the other 2 driveways, and for the same reasons, I'm going to support this application. Summertime is probably the only best time to be there, because when they're in school, like it says, it's actually crazy over there. And again, safety issues, and he's right, just because the speed limit is 25 doesn't mean that that's what happens over there. So I am going to support this application.
Anybody else want to comment? To me, a safety issue is kind of pretty much just rises this right up to the top, and I think it's the compelling reason to support this. So. All right. And let's see. I think yeah,
It's
we're back to
Cillian Board.
Yeah. All right. Would anybody like to make a motion? Mr. Silver, that'd be great.
I move in approval of Amy Lucia and Alex Gutierrez, owners, 123 Almont Street, Sheet 50, Lot 43, requesting variance from Land Use Code, Section 190-192, Section C, to exceed maximum driveway width 24 feet permitted, 24 feet existing, requesting to pave an additional 6 feet on the left side of the existing driveway for a total width of 30 feet, R9 zone, Ward 6. A variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property. Given the special conditions of the property, it was mentioned that there's no on-street parking and more parking is needed at this property. And the benefit sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some other method reasonably feasible for the applicant to pursue other than the variance. It's within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. It will not adversely affect the property values of surrounding parcels. It's not contrary to public interest. Indeed, it sounds like your neighbors might be using your driveway, so it's actually in the public interest. And substantial justice will be done given the safety improvements from this variance. So I move to approve this.
Thank you. And seconded by Mrs. Lawrence. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Good luck with your project, and there is a 30-day window of appeal. Seems highly unlikely that anything would come up with that, but we always just like to remind folks that that's a possibility. So, good night, and thanks for hanging in there for the late night. Okay, and moving on to case number 6, which will be our final case of the evening. Fairly lengthy listing for the application. The owner, his owners is multiple. It's City of Nashua, Fimble Door Corporation, Chester Realty Trust, JKS Realty LLC, and LJJ Realty LLC. Are all the owners again, with Blaylock Holdings LLC being the applicant. The address is Veterans Memorial Parkway, Sheet 71, Lot 1, Sheet 70, Lot 14, Sheet 134, Lot 16, Sheet 70, Lot 13, Sheet 134, Lots 40, 41, and 61, Sheet 62, Lot 100, and portion of Veterans Memorial Parkway. The request is for a special exception from Land Use Code Section 190-115B to work in the 75-foot prime wetland and wetland buffer of the Nashua River for impacts associated with the proposed Mohawk Tannery redevelopment project including remediation and redevelopment of the former Fimble Door Mohawk Tannery sites and portions of adjacent properties into 546 multifamily dwelling units, along with associated site improvements. This is in the RC/VMPR zone, Ward 4. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tom Zajac. I'm a civil engineer with Hayner Swanson, 3 Congress Street in Nashua, here tonight representing the applicant, Blaylock Holdings. With me here tonight is Michael Devon from Thorndike Development, one of the members of the project team, here to answer any questions. I will be about as brief as I can be for such a big, complicated project. I know it's late. I appreciate your time, so I will go as quick as I can. As you can tell, very controversial project. I say that jokingly because it's truly, a transformative project for the city. It's been before almost every board except this board until now, and so we'll just go through a little bit on the facts of the case, and I'll talk about the special exception points, and then we'll end my presentation. As I mentioned, a large complex project taken many years to come to fruition, relied upon a successful partnership between the project team, the city, DES, EPA, many other public and private groups. If you've been following along with the Board of Aldermen, the Planning Board, this has been seen by many of those groups. There were a lot of Board of Aldermen action to rezone the piece, to create this overlay district, this vision for this property. We appeared before the Planning Board in June of 2023. At that point, we kind of went as far as we could go through the local permitting process. In terms of zoning and planning board, there was something specifically written in the overlay district that would not allow the project to move forward with any zoning or planning board approvals until the project's master development agreement was approved by the city. And so that was just done last month. That's kind of why we're coming to you folks now. We did, however, get through our application in coordination with the Conservation Commission last June. We went through the normal process. We went to a couple meetings, a site walk on the site, and did receive their favorable recommendation last June related to these wetland and wetland buffer impacts. And we appreciate their efforts to get us to that point last summer. So really the focus again for the board tonight is a special exception related to the wetland and wetland buffer impacts on this very large-scale project. We did, it's worth noting, receive final site plan and subdivision approvals for this project last Thursday night before the planning board. Mr. Chair, again, I'm going to go really quickly through. This is a large-scale remediation effort. It's a big site, 41 acres. It's got over 3,000 feet on the Nashua River. Granite State Leathers operated the tannery facility from the 20s to 84 when the EPA shut down the operation. The site has sat largely untouched since that time. It's a public health hazard. There's open lagoons on site within the 100-year floodplain. It'd be absolutely disastrous if that let loose on the river. The applicant, Blaylock Holdings and EPA, entered into a public-private partnership to clean up the legacy contamination on site, and once the remediation is complete, of course, to allow future redevelopment in portions of the site. The containment area, a containment area will be constructed within the areas of the former lagoons. There'll be secant walls that are drilled down. There's hundreds of them will go down. That's all being reviewed by DES, EPA. DES is third-party consultant, every environmental and geotech engineer under the sun, and all the additional hot spots on the site will then be consolidated. That hazardous waste will be consolidated in that containment cell, which is being designed to withstand up to the 500-year flood. Once the effort is completed on the remediation, which should take 12 months with a 6-month EPA monitoring period, the redevelopment can then begin. As you mentioned, 546 multifamily residential development, along with associated site improvements, is a total of 9 buildings. Careful consideration was made in the design and layout to minimize environmental impacts, of course with the goal being to clean up the site. But we did pay special attention to the bank as well as the southerly portion of the site, which contains a number of wetlands and floodplains. I'm going to skip through many aspects of the redevelopment itself. There's a ton of public benefits and pedestrian improvements, connectivity from the adjacent neighborhoods to the site. There's a public trailhead, a kayak canoe launch along the river, a river walk, and the biggest thing is a new pedestrian bridge connection to Mine Falls that'll be built as part of the redevelopment project. That quadrant of the city is the only quadrant that doesn't have direct access to the park. In terms of the wetland and buffer impacts, we have 6,436 square feet of wetland impacts, as well as 25,310 square feet of buffer impacts. On your plans, you will see wetland impacts A, B, and D. There was a previous wetland impact area C that's been eliminated from the design. There's also some buffer impact areas in and around those, as well as on the opposite side within Mine Falls, which will serve as the westerly abutment of that pedestrian bridge. It's very important to note that all of the proposed wetland and buffer impacts are related to the remediation effort, with the exception of buffer impact C, which is on the Mine Falls side, which is related to that pedestrian bridge. Real quick, Mr. Chair, in terms of state and federal local jurisdiction, as you can imagine, there are all kinds of rules and regulations that govern the remediation. Direct permitting for these wetland impacts is not required through DES. On the local side, we've taken kind of a belt and suspenders approach in terms of approaching various boards for all the typical land use approvals, and that's why we're here tonight. The site is located within the shoreland exemption, so of the wetland and buffer impacts, some of those are the Conservation Commission's recommendation goes to the Planning Board. That will be for any wetland impacts along the river itself. And then for the wetlands inland to the site and any buffers associated with the project, buffer impacts, that would be under your jurisdiction for the special exception. So it's kind of separating a couple of those. I haven't had one where it's been either or, so I just wanted to point that out. So again, I believe that the special exception request before you here tonight is just for wetland impacts A and D, and then the 3 wetland buffer impact areas A, B, and C. So as you know, section 190, 115 of the National Land Use Code, special exception is required to alter wetland or wetland buffer. Special exception isn't allowed use subject to meeting the 5 criteria points listed in 190, 134F. In addition, there are 9 criteria points listed in 190, 115 related to the wetlands. Mr. Chair, I think I've gone through and laid out the criteria, how we meet each of those 14 points, and so my testimony here tonight is in our application and outlines how we meet those. I'd be happy to answer any of those specifically with the board, but given the time of night, I would just ask that those be incorporated into the record. And so with that, I will wrap up my presentation. We do have the Conservation Commission approval. I believe that's dated June 7th, 2023, with stipulations which are acceptable to our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Board have any questions? All right,
Thanks.
Anybody else to speak in favor or opposition? Obviously not. All right, we'll close the public hearing and open the public meeting. I'll just comment that, yeah, for as a kind of a complicated, massive, such a, long historical project and all, this seems very straightforward for us.
Maybe we should put a disc golf course on it.
But I'm definitely in favor. I see no issues with it, and I think it's all, in a project like this, all about just making sure all the right things are being done and coordinated through a vast number of agencies and every level of government, I think, just about possible. But yeah, if anybody else has any other comments.
Yeah, I think this is a transformational project. There's really one sentence that jumps out at me here, that this represents a significant environmental improvement and public health and safety benefit compared to the existing condition. Quite frankly, this is a no-brainer. They've done everything they need to do. Conservation Commission jumped through every hoop possible. This is absolutely critical to the city that's been sitting here for so long. I mean, this is a ticking time bomb, so a big thumbs up from me, and once again, thank you for the very short testimony. We really appreciate that.
Just support the application.
Yeah. Somebody want to just go ahead and move forward with the motion? And it'll be Ms. Boras and...
Ms. Boris and Mr. Patrick?
Yeah.
Just the contingencies and the cons column should probably be
Yeah.
on that motion.
If you want to, or I can do it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the special exception for City of Nashua, Fimble Door Corporation, Chester Realty Trust, JKS Realty LLC, and LJJ Realty LLC owners, Blaylock Holdings LLC applicant, Veterans Memorial Parkway, Sheet 71, Lot 1, Sheet 70, Lot 14, Sheet 134, Lot 16, Sheet 70, Lot 13, Sheet 134, Lot 40, 41 and 61, Sheet 62, Lot 100, and portions of Veterans Memorial Parkway. Requesting special exception from Land Use Code Section 190-15, subsection B, to work in the 75-foot prime wetlands and wetland buffer of the Nashua River for impacts associated with the proposed Mohawk Tannery redevelopment project, including remediation and redevelopment of the former Thimble Door Mohawk Tannery sites and portions of adjacent properties into a 546 multifamily dwelling units, along with associated site improvements. This is located in the RRC/VMPR zone, and this is in Ward 4. The board finds that this is listed in the table of uses. This will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. There was testimony in the packet that, in fact, it will be quite the opposite. This will improve pedestrian safety. This will not overload public water, drainage, or sewer or other municipal systems. Special regulations are fulfilled. This will not impair integrity or be out of character with neighborhood or be detrimental to health, morals, or welfare of the residents. Special conditions are met. The board did have discussion that this is a critical project for remediation purposes for the city. This area that is going to be worked on is in conjunction with a long-term project that is with DES, the state public-private partnership. There is a potential for 100-year floodplains to cause damage to the Nashua River, which is leading to the necessity for this project to move forward. The applicant has gone before the Conservation Commission, had all full sign-offs. All the affidavits for work in the wetlands have been signed off. So for these reasons, I make a motion to approve. And I would like to notate that there are 10 stipulations from the Conservation Commission, which will be part of this as well.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you for your patience tonight also. Okay, we still have, I think, at least, we have the next meeting for regional impact. That'll be the July 9th meeting. There's 5 cases. I don't see anything myself. I think we have no regional impact, okay? And the board concurs on that. And then we have minutes from, do we have one, was it one set or two sets? Two sets.
528 and 611.
Okay. Did anybody have any corrections, updates for either of the minutes?
No.
We could go ahead and just do a motion to approve both of them if
Who's
so
voting?
desired.
Who's voting on the minutes?
It would be Mr. Patrick tree.
I wasn't here, so I wonder if you guys, I wasn't a member
We can
yet.
do that, yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't here on the 28th, so I'd have to abstain.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, I
Okay.
wasn't here for either of those meetings,
All right.
and I'll still vote. So
Okay.
It's always gets to be a little bit of a
So
thing.
it'll be, Mrs.
Mrs.
Sylvia
Sylvia
and
and
Ms.
Ms.
Boris.
Okay.
Somebody want to make the motion, or I'll just do it?
I move we accept the minutes of May 28th and June 11th.
That's seconded by Mr. Neely. Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Any other business for tonight?
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you.
We just got 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, we just did one vote.
Oh, we did one vote for both. Okay, got it.
And we have the motion to adjourn by Mr. Sylvia. We are adjourned at exactly 11 o'clock.
Good job, team.